Good morning and welcome to United21 Season 22. We've got the fourth day of round 2 games, which means we've got Group D. We'll be seeing who will be topping Group D and who will be coming last in Group D. We've already had the first place teams from Group A, B and C, as well as the last place teams from Group A, B and C. If we want to bring up the bracket, we'll be able to see which teams they are. We can see where these teams also come from, and we can also get a little bit of a glimpse of Group D. We'll be able to see, the pathway that the teams that we're going to be covering today have made so far in their opening rounds. Just a quick reminder of what the matches are. The matches today are going to be L and G versus GenOne and Devils versus 777. There you go, the bracket on your screens. You can see Anonymous, they managed to top Group A. You've got Little Mix, who were eliminated. Illuminar topping Group B on the top right. Preezy being eliminated as well. And then you have in Group C, which was yesterday, Viperio managed to top their group after beating Hymo, and then Astralis Talent, Adepts being eliminated there by Astralis Talent. Now over to Group D. It's just our last group to see who the winner is. LNG versus GenOne will be that winner's match. The winner of that match goes through to the playoffs, and the loser of Devils 1 versus 777 will go out in last place, tying with the likes of Little Mix, Preezy and Adepts. Now, moving on to the first game of the day. L&G versus GenOne. LNG, they're a Ukrainian team. They've got a decent history of a lineup together. The likes of GenOne, they're a French team. They might have some familiar names for some people who have been around or been watching Counter-Strike from a while, including Davudovec, a player who, I can't remember exactly what teams he's played on historically. I believe it was Misfits, where he was first found playing with the likes of Sean Gares. That's a throwback name, and I think... LDLC as well. Those are and Heretics. There you go. So those are sort of like the history he's had. You can see on the screens the map veto here. GenOne banning Mirage. We then got the nuke ban. Anubis does 2 pick. Vertigo Inferno ban and an Ancient Decider. This is a decent, healthy map pool here. Some nice maps for any sort of team to be able to improvise on. I mean, that's one of the features of the map pool we've currently got, which is, I guess, why a lot of people are hyped for Train to potentially be coming in a future update. I really hope it does. But with the map pool that we've currently got, there's a lot of maps which are quote-unquote more puggy, more vanilla, more default is the way I'd describe them. You've got the likes of Anubis, Mirage, Dust 2 and Ancient. They're maps where they're very heavy defaults, even Inferno if you want to count that into it. As well as Vertigo, to be honest, there's not much room, or rather it's so much more meta to be playing that passive default style of play where you work map control slowly, split up in quite literally default, and then you basically play the same style of Counter-Strike. Whereas on a map like Nuke, for example, Nuke is very different. It's very set piece heavy. You have to use these set pieces to take any parts of the map control to push and pull rotations. You can't rely on just doing standard default map control. You have to invest more resources and more tactics, and there's much more room for opportunities available to you on a map like that. But this is a decent map pool here for either of these two teams if they end up being on a weaker map for them, right? Dust 2, I mean, that is the Pugger's paradise. It's the map where, I say this time and time again every single time we cast it, it's the map where one individual player can take over a game single-handedly. They can... All it takes is just one player to drop a 30 bomb and that's it. They can 1 versus 5 the entire team, and it's very difficult, especially if you're on the CT side, to really counter that because your rotations are so far apart. Your rotations are also then so vulnerable as you cross through the mid doors. It's a difficult map to work as a team when you're up against an individual who's in hot form. And a similar thing to Anubis there. Anubis is a map where, because it's T-sided, it means that the reason why it's T-sided is because the T's start with all the map control. They already start in phase 2 of that default, the default where you start off by taking map control, you then sit and wait for the CT reactions, you then push and pull rotations to finish off with potentially a last minute execution. The T's already start in phase 2. They already have the majority of the map control, with B main and outside of water already in their controls. There's very little map control for them to work of them, perhaps connector, which is very small, middle and A main. They're very small choke points, very small distance between the map control that the T's start with and the actual bomb sites themselves, which makes it a bit more T-sided. So for teams who are in a bit more of a puggy scenario, a bit more improv, a bit more mixing, a bit more loose, if that makes sense, then they're going to be very easy. And that does mean that even if you've got a really tactical team, even if you've got one team who's much better at the map than another team, then you do have that possibility of the team being able to just cobble together some sort of T-side, mix it together, and give us a close game. So we should be in for an exciting best of 3 series here between these two teams. I'm just going to quickly have a look exactly at the map pools between these two teams. And yeah, so Dust 2 is a pretty good map for LNG. It's their second highest win rate map on HLT, 75%. That's only across the course of 4 games. That's their pick, of course. Anubis for them is also quite weak. They've played it a lot. A lot of teams pick it against them. They've played it a grand total of 13 times with 6 wins and 7 losses. Whereas on the GenOne side, Anubis is a very, very good map for them compared to the rest of the maps in the map pool. GenOne don't play quite as much HLTV games as LNG. They aren't making quite so many appearances, so the stats aren't quite as deep. We can't see how deep their map pool goes on certain maps that have only been played once, such as Inferno and Vertigo. But Anubis is by far their highest win rate map, and I'm just double checking it's one of their most played maps. Okay, Dust 2 and Ancient do beat it, but Dust 2 isn't good for them, Anubis is. So looking at the actual picks here, these make a lot of sense with Anubis and Dust 2. Anubis is a strong map for GenOne, a weak map for LNG. Dust 2, it's a strong map for LNG, a weak map for GenOne. So there is that possibility, that strength that I mentioned before of these maps being puggy, so that even if it is a weak map for you, anything can go. On Dust 2, all it takes is for one of the GenOne players, it could be Kersey with the AWP, to pop off, and then he can single-handedly take away that map from LNG. But that all being said, it is still a very sort of mixed bag there in the fact that what either team is very favourable on the maps that they've picked. It should be very comfortable for them. We will just go for a quick break, I think, whilst we wait for the teams to be ready. Yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be back after that quick break. And we are back. We just had a quick server restart. Both teams are now in and ready to get going in this best of 3. Starting off with Anubis, the map pick of GenOne, the French side, and they've got Jax with them. Those who aren't aware, Jax was recently playing in the Blast World Finals, alongside Vitality standing in for Mezzi, but it's going to be a fast round for LNG. They're popping straight into this B-bomb site. A single smoke to keep them covered, but Jax is already tearing off heads. A beautiful shot on towards Malkis, finds one unique through the smoke. Holding the picks angle, but Cleo will eventually decapitate him. Man advantage still for GenOne earned by Jax. A flank comes in through towards Connector. Drak will find Krivda. Davudovec coming in as the late rotation, entering the site, waiting for his teammates to take contact first, but Marat2K and Cleo both playing towards B main. A beautiful flash, fully blinds them both. They'll be hunted down, but Marat2K good for one, but Kersey comes in for a double of his own. Beautiful pistol round there from GenOne. Especially some lovely shots from both Kersey and Jax. But at the end of the day, LNG, I think they got what they wanted. They got that bomb plant. That was what mattered to them most. Cheeky smoke down on that left side. They can rush that plant as quick as possible. GenOne going to be going for that full buy. LNG going for that forced buy thanks to that bomb plant as mentioned before. Cleo with the Galil. Got 2 MAC-10s and a couple pistols to afford some more utility. And again, they're continuing with this fast pace, straight barreling in towards middle. Drax spots them out. Reaction is being smoked off towards Temple, drops an incendio towards camera. But LNG forced their way through, but that's where Jax is lying with an M4, but he's only good for one. Overwhelmed by the, well, insurmountable numbers. His teammate falls towards A main as well, giving LNG that man advantage as they plant that bomb safely on the site. GenOne, they could risk going for a retake with a man disadvantage with only 1 kit in play and 2 MP9s, or they could save. If they went for the retake and lost, that would have been a disastrous effect for their economy. But saving, even if it is 2 MP9s alongside the M4, by saving these, they can still go for that investment on the third. In the meantime, LNG not only do they get that bomb plant and around victory, but they also get an extra M4 picked up on Malkis. Extra rifle. Everyone will exit safely. And you can see the amount of funds that Jax and Kersey have. It was very little. I think they've even been dropped over those MP9s. They couldn't afford them themselves after buying Kevlar. Dropped over by Drak and Davudovec. So 4 MP9s, 1 M4. Still a decent investment, but much better of an investment than they would have had if they attempted that retake, win or lose. LNG slowed the pace down. They know that they're up against a difficult buy. Not simple a forced semi-buy versus a forced semi-buy. It's a full buy versus, well, as far as I'm aware, they don't know. As long as all they know is that there's 3 saved weapons. They don't know whether GenOne have ecoed or bought around it. If they've bought around it, there's a little bit more danger. And even then, if they've ecoed around it, they still don't want to walk into this M4. Bit of information play towards B main. Davudovec applies the pressure, but falls back after just an ounce of resistance. A bit of pressure in towards middle, pulls a rotation away from that B-bomb site. After a successful A site hit, GenOne a bit paranoid and overstacked this A site, leaving Brooksy, a lone defender of B. LNG will smoke him off, lock him out of the site, get that bomb planted safely. GenOne now in a 5 versus 5 retake. A swing comes in from LNG towards the water. They look to try and take control of the extremities, but in doing so, they're met with heavy resistance. A firing squad lying in wait, and the sprint comes in through Temple, captures him in the back. Cleo and Malkis let them completely out on towards the site, playing just for B main, but that's it. Just one single kill for LNG. And GenOne will get the defuse. little bit of a questionable post plant there from LNG. Don't get me wrong, I loved the 3 players peeking in towards connector, going for the wide swing. It was a little bit, the execution of it was a little bit iffy. They could have swung together, swung with the flash. The idea there is to, if they all together swing connector, not just take the extremity of connector, but clear out the water so they don't have to worry about it. They can then turn around, focus their attention towards the players retaking him from the site. But the thing is, the 2 players in B main let everyone else out of the site, so they just got flanked as well, even with the messy fights that they lost. LNG able to force again. I think he used a lot of saved rifles in the previous. 3 AKs, 2 pistols still. GenOne now working with a full arsenal of rifles. They're just going to be fading this. Want to see smoke. One Unique walks through the edge. Catches Brooksy back turn. Davudovic fluffs his lines. Two opening picks quick on that B site for L and G. The site capitulates. GenOne should be looking to save a 3 versus 5 retake. No one in position to even contest the bomb plant. Drax's not even going to be allowed to save either. Scoreline tied 2-2. GenOne would have loved to have saved that extra M4. They would have got a healthy buy if they had had that. There might be the odd compromise. They're able to get 5 rifles out still, thanks to the saved cash on Brooksy and Drac. A decent amount of util, all things considered. A little bit of a missed lurk smoke there from Cleo. Perhaps not aware of the change in trajectory for jump throws after the recent update. I say recent, it was about a week ago. They changed the height or the consistency in which you'd jump at height, which affected the trajectory of jump throws. So any of you players at home are wondering why your smokes are missing, that's why. Got to go relearn the lineups. Some of them have changed. It's a passive CT setup for GenOne. Giving up a lot of ground. They're not contesting, nor are they blocking in towards middle. They're allowing LNG the freedom to clear out deep map control. And that smoking towards camera puts a spanner in the works. GenOne now completely blind to middle. For all they know, a T player could walk through middle and towards temple, and that makes this B site defense difficult because there's still only 2 players to hold. It is going to be a contact in towards A main. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Simple as you like for LNG. One Unique going to be holding down the rotations in towards the cave. Good for 1 before being traded. LNG haven't committed though. They could have committed to the site, but they chose not to. They got the information of where the Davudovic was, went for the wide swing, caught him off guard. There's 13 seconds. They should be able to get this bomb planted in time as Drac cuts out from rotating. Drac should look to save the bank for GenOne. It's looking rather depleted. GenOne successfully take that round. I think GenOne giving LNG a little bit too much respect there. Gave them all that map control in middle, and all it took was just one smoke to compromise all the information and all the rotations for GenOne. Now the French side echoing just this single saved AK for Drac. Gonna be setting that one up in towards mid. Steady hold from LNG. Just holding the map control, working a little bit further in towards cave. Setting themselves up here for a bit of a split. They can set themselves up 4 in towards connector. One Unique might go first with the Mac 10 to scout, get some information. They're going to try and do a full execution. A smoke on either side. GenOne, they've fully rotated. All 5 players stacked here behind these smokes. Marat will be able to get this bomb down uncontested. They could have just spammed him down there. On the platform, they had a free line of sight. Well, say line of sight. They didn't have sight, but they had a free line, at least. Go for a bit of a spam. A bit of a heavy spam here from Krivda. He does go down somehow in the chaos. LNG's post plants on this B site again. Look a little bit middling. Fortunately for Marat, there's no kit. So LNG do win the round, but only one player surviving. Like, you're up against one AK. They execute onto the B bomb site, but the issue is that style of execution where you do both the smokes. I understand the left side smoke makes complete sense, right? You block off the vision from Temple and CT. But the right side smoke, it gives GenOne so much room to work behind. They can rotate in. They're not locked out in the choke point of Temple. As soon as those smokes fade, they're in great positions to control the fights, to catch GenOne off guard. If GenOne or any players are actually still in the site, good luck to them. They fall. At 4-2, GenOne now come into round number 7, finally with another good buy. Brooksy may have a compromise with the MP9, but Kersey has the upgrade of the AWP. Not anymore. Krivda just walks into the angle, instant headshot. Kersey, perhaps asleep at the wheel. Awesome, beautiful molly there lined up by Krivda. Completely carpets the heavens with flames. Oh, and Drac turns around as soon as Marat 2K walked in towards house. I don't think he's aware. He's already crossed towards this right-hand side. LNG going to freeze in this 4v4, though. They got that opening pick. It got traded. But they're not in a position to react off that pick. They're not grouped up. They're very spread out. Their trade potential is weak. So they're not in a position to react, so their decision is to freeze, to sit and wait, because they know that it's likely GenOne react in a 4 versus 4. At least there's a period of time where they're likely to. Now decides to make the move, but Drac has managed to shift into a nice little off angle. One Unique takes a HE to the chest. Now LNG have the man advantage, or rather GenOne have the man advantage, and Brooksy holds in towards connector with a Mac 10, but there's, with an MP9, sorry, but there's no trade coming off of it. And Brooksy's even found trouble. Make it 3. Beautiful headshots on those last 2 kills, especially on the third. Yeah, LNG, they freeze in the 4 versus 4. I like that. I respect that. But then when they decide to make a move, when they decide to act after freezing, when they decide to actually do anything, it's not together. Like, Marat 2K pushes solo in mid on his own. And that could be excused if the other 3 players were grouped up waiting to react off any information that Marat 2K got. But they weren't. He then died for free. They weren't able to capitalise on his death. Or at least make use of his death, gain some value from it. And then there's just no trading walking in towards that B bomb site. Either way, Krivda, again, another opening towards A main. This time it's on to Jax. See, T molly in hand. There drops the smoke. Keeps LNG at bay for at least another 20 seconds from connector. So with the man disadvantage GenOne, they need to find a way to react. Brooksy's in a sticky spot. Fortunately, he's got another smoke to replenish to keep them away from connector. GenOne, they're playing a very tentative passive style. They don't want to give anything away too soon, but they are looking to get proactive in towards middle now. Two-man push. Not going to be anyone there to meet them, so they'll get that information. They'll hear the utility thrown over towards B. One player spotted out. In fact, the spot goes both ways. That molly needs to drop now for Brooksy. Oh, and Malchus anticipates Drac to continue the push. Brooksy falls, jiggling on a corner with a nade out. Now Kersey locked out of Temple behind a smoke. We'll look to save this AWP in the 1 versus 5. LNG. They don't have a great amount of cash built up. So they're not going to hunt too aggressively. You can see the hunting that was being done in a pack, making sure that even if they lose one player, it gets traded. So at most, they'd lose only one. GenOne haven't really had the opportunity to build bank either. They're going to have to eco around Kersey's AWP, but let's see where Kersey sets up this sniper. It's the X factor, the ace in the hole right now for GenOne. This isn't just a normal eco, this is an eco with an AWP. Let's see what the AWP finds. Does spot players jumping across the stairs smoke. It doesn't pull the trigger, doesn't reveal his hand. That's been blocked off. He now looks to search in towards B main. Playing to bait though, rather than taking contact, he's allowing the pistol to clear the angle first. Davudovec goes on the wide swing, but Cleo just jiggling, shows the shoulder, baits the shot. One unique in the meantime has found Brooksy in towards connector. That compromises this B setup. Kersey now has to find something. Cleo may have found Davudovec. Okay, spots, but doesn't convert the kill. Smoke on towards the left-hand side of sight. Proactive playing towards middle, but it could be coming too late here. Kersey's in such a difficult spot. He will find the first on towards Cleo. Dancing around the pillar, but he's isolated. He can't escape. Eventually hunted down. These smokes will lock Davudovec out, but it's the HE that is his undoing. Jax finally comes in towards the flank on B main, but all his teammates are dead, and he's in a 1 versus 4. There may be one weapon for him to pick up in towards B main on the kill that Kersey collected. Which is biding his time in case they exit towards B main. Yeah, you can see the gun, the bomb will blow it away to the left hand side. Jax, I don't know if he realises, but I'm pretty sure he'll survive in that corner of B main, even if he goes deep. The bomb is abnormally small on Anubis. He's able to get the AK anyway. Cheeky upgrade. Saves him some cash. He now has 2,800 in reserve, much more than the rest of his teammates. Both AWPers posted up in towards B main, but Kersey, his leg's going to be visible surely if Malchus clears this, but he doesn't. But Kersey misses the flick. Malchus focused on clearing backside, scoped in, doesn't spot the leg in the off angle. It's a perfect counter from Kersey, but the execution quite there. Jax unblinded. Flicks back to Krivda. Finally, Krivda shut down. No opening kill for him. Mid control lost. Marat2K currently sat fading this camera smoke. Jax on such low HP, he's going to fall back. A bit more of a safer angle, allow Drak to play the risky spot. Drak already down to half HP and he loses the fight. Marat2K falls in chaos right now, but Kersey eventually shuts him down, maintains that man advantage. The rest of these players from LNG now start to shift their way in towards A main. They secure the site and finally dispatch of Jax. 3 versus 3. The rotation's going to be compromised. Malchus has them pinned. Kersey just has to play for the extremity here, but falls off the angle, repeats into it, and One Unique is just sat holding. That's an easy kill for him, and that's it. The retake's off. If Kersey had stayed alive there, Brooks into Vudavec could have taken him towards A main. They could have taken A main whilst Kersey just sat and held the extremity. Process of elimination, they would have had to either been in sight or camera, in which case you can split them. But no, GenOne forfeit that round. LNG up to 7. That means they guarantee a lead at the half. Again, we prefaced this. This is GenOne's map pick. It's their best map. Their highest win rate map was 60% in the last 3 months. It's also one of LNG's lowest. But there's always that caveat, the T side of Anubis. If the CTs aren't on point, if they don't have those proactive plays, the dynamic setups, if they're too static, they're not playing confidently, then the Ts can walk all over them on this map, regardless of how good a map it is for LNG. If GenOne aren't on form, they can walk all over them on their T side. 2 rounds left in the half, and GenOne going to be taking a tactical pause there. Still going for an investment behind these 2 saved weapons. See what GenOne have discussed in that tactical timeout. Again, they're playing very heavy towards this A site, passive towards mid. Trusting the 2 players towards B. Finally, Kersey is good for 1, but One Unique just walks into the angle after Krivda falls, after Kersey falls back to take the 1 versus 1 towards Jax, and he succeeds. Jack concerned, still playing anti-flash. Now Marat2K just walks in towards mid for free. Again, GenOne are respecting LNG so much in towards mid that LNG can now take it for free. Marat2K is like, well, they're not stopping me from taking mid. They're not smoking bridge. They're not mollying mid. They're not stopping me from just walking in for free. So he does exactly that. Walks in for free, takes an aim fight. Now 1-man advantage. For L and G, they shift over towards this B site. But again, GenOne, they're very static in their style of play. They're not over-rotating, they're not overloading. So Davudovac and Brooksy are still here to defend. And not only that, Kersey's getting inquisitive, going on a flank here. Molly's deployed. No right side smoke, and it baits Davudovac into the aim fight. Big whiff from him. Kersey now activates on the flank, but Brooksy can't even find one. Kersey will find a third, but now into the 1 versus 2. Low HP. Yeah, no money either. Kersey wants to save this AWP to use it in the next round. Yeah, this B hold for GenOne is being problematic. Their hold on B is so static. Unless Kersey is on B, then they just sat at the back of the site. They're sat on dark. They're sat behind the central pillar, the obelisk. And even then, like, LNG execute the site, they will just block the CTs out on B every single time because they're playing behind the site. There's one thing to play retake, but if you're playing behind the site and you're playing for the retake, you can't be going down for free like that. Davudovic taking a solo fight. Brooksy losing a fight from the only angle he's vulnerable to. There's a smoke on the left-hand side of site. He could just sit and stare at jail, wait for that swing. But he doesn't. Of course, there is the threat of a player jumping through the smoke, but that's not the immediate threat. Final round of the half. GenOne still on MP9s. This is a dire CT side, and again, it's this 2-1-2, playing for A main control, not playing for middle. They just aren't adapting whatsoever. And LNG, they've even added an extra player towards middle because they're anticipating an adaptation. They're anticipating someone to try and challenge Marat 2K, but they're not. So they walk in, they leave Malkis in there for free with the AWP, and he can pin down these rotations with the sniper. As soon as Drac goes for this peek. Flash comes through, but it's a pixel angle for Malkis. He's not blinded. Here the MP9 closing the distance, and even lands the shot. In the meantime, it's a B site execution again. These left and right side smokes to cut the site in half, and it's free. There's no challenge from Davudovic or Brooksy. Jax picks up the secondary AWP, taking down Malkis in middle. Manages to pin one unique as he flushed out of his hiding spot. 2 versus 2. 2 kits in play. Jax and Kersey have to try and find the trade, but a beautiful shot from Kersey. Marat 2K now left in towards the clutch, and Kersey quickly swaps towards the AK. They will successfully get this retake. It's such a strange game, right? This entire map. GenOne have had an abysmal CT side. They've not adapted. They've been passive. They've not been assertive. They've given LNG so much freedom to work with, which is not what you want to do, especially on a map like Anubis, where already the T's have a lot of map control. But even their LNG's post-plants on B throughout the entire game were not good. And the final round of the half is a 2 versus 3 retake with 2 AWPs. It's funny to see the weaknesses on both sides. Yet one team accrue twice as many rounds. Half time we swap over. Now this is the test for GenOne. The CT side, they failed to adapt. They failed to make the necessary changes against LNG, who are constantly abusing a really weak setup that GenOne refused to change. Now they're on the T side of their map pick. See what they have in mind. It's aggressive. In towards middle. Smoking towards camera. Brooksy sprinting in towards temple. That's going to bait Marat 2K into thinking it's mid to B or mid to CT. One of the two. But so he shifts in towards the smoke, but he blocks them. Body blocks them so much that Kersey realizes, oh, He must be hiding in the smoke. They spam him down. Track caught with the flank comes in from LNG. The rotation through the water. Looking to fight in towards A main. GenOne, they post plant in towards heaven. Clearing out the site. Malchus aggressive with Julie. There's still a player in towards the pillar. That's Kersey. He activates one. He's still alive. Still kicking. Malchus. Still on low HP. How has Kersey not killed Malchus? I mean, is there time to defuse? I think there is, just about. By less than a second, LNG get that defuse, but what is going on in this game? Kersey's at the pillar, he goes unchecked, gets a kill, and then how does he not kill Malchus, who's 1 HP, still not staring at him, and Malchus is shooting at heaven, shooting at the broken wall, completely exposed to the pillar. Yeah, like, was Kersey reloading twice or something? Either way, LNG, they get another round win. Closer to stealing this map away from GenOne. Fortunately for GenOne, they're not out of it just yet. That bomb plant does give them the opportunity to go for this investment. Second round in, they're going for a fast water crunch. Cleo off of the bridge, down the window. Assisted by a flash coming out of connector. Well, there's the smoke on stairs. GenOne, it's passive. Not even fighting for water control. Malchus is going to replenish that smoke. That's a lot of utility invested by L and G to take that map control. Even replenishing that stair smoke, and now they give it up. Look at LNG's current setup. They're all the way at the back of the sites. At least they are towards B3 and towards middle. And they've lost all their utility. The advantage they have is that GenOne will expend utility, have to clear all of these corners. They'll take their time clearing these corners. But LNG, I love this. I love this. After giving up middle, giving up water, sorry, they overload 3 players in towards middle. A dynamic, fluid CT setup, taking fights on their terms. It's something which GenOne never did, not once. At least not in the same fashion, not in the same style. Already 2 kills in towards middle. Drac trying to make a hero play with a Mac 10. At least gets information. Now Cleo searches for quick seat. And we'll find him. Bomb down for free. Kersey will do his best to save the AWP. The AWP? He's not even got the AWP. Galil. So I was just thinking about how he was saving the AWP for the majority of the first half. LNG now up to double digits, up to that 10. GenOne going to be ecoing around Kersey's Galil. We'll see what he can find. Another stairs smoke thrown. Time LNG, their setup is a little bit more passive towards water. They allow GenOne to have it. Doubled up here towards B. Currently doubled up towards A main. Pop comes through. One unique reaction. He falls back. Flash comes through. Cleo overwhelmed. One unique has to try and hold his own, but runs out of bullets. The M4A1S. Just not enough bullets in the clip. GenOne successfully take the site, and it's Kersey to get the kills on the Galil. Not only that, a proactive swing in towards Connect 10 nets them another 2, leaving Marett 2k in a 1 versus 4. Chops down the first, but 20 seconds left, no kit. This will be a save. Now, I've just double-checked some stats as well. Over on HLTV, GenOne's last game was actually against LNG, and it was also in United21. It was last season of United21. United21 season 21 in the lower bracket final. That was a storming victory for LNG, but GenOne were marred by roster issues. Jax had to sub out mid-map. After round 25 in the middle of overtime. Krivda, another opening kill for him. Malkis, another one in towards middle. GenOne losing fights across the map. Very little cohesion on this French side right now. They start to circle in towards this B bomb side, but LNG with this two-man advantage, they're happy to just sit back and play retake. They could get smoked off right now, but they're going to play for the contact. But Drak walks in, catches them both. Oh, what a blunder from Cleo. What an absolute blunder. Cleo wide swings to get the smoke, to see if he can smoke off B main, but in doing so blocks one unique, and Drak lines them both up. Now the retake comes in. Malkis takes down Brooksy. It's still a man advantage for LNG. Drak down to low HP on towards the site. That's information passed across to these two LNG players. Shuffling in towards the site can turn, but Jax coming in through B main provides some cover fire. The time ticking down. Malkis. Simply no kit and no head anymore. GenOne will collect their 6th. Quad kill from Drak, breaking apart that site setup. Full eco now for the CT side. GenOne have a possibility of closing the scoreline down. But a missed HE from Brooks. He actually lands back in his face. Jack pivoting from the stairs. The mollies will flush out Malkis. Forced out of position. He's got no support. But then the cavalry arrive. 4 players storming through CT. Smoked off. Another kill. 3 for 3. Marit now jumps through the smoke. No one's there to defend the bomb planter. Marit gets another 1 for 1. It's into the 2-on-2. This is just pistols for LNG, and it's down to the 2-on-2. GenOne making a meal out of this anti-eco. Brooksy now makes a risky play, walking towards Temple. LNG, oh, the timing, they shift back away from CT. As soon as Brooksy clears it, then shift into this angle. They catch him, back turned, another kill. There's no time for the defuse, but they can at least do some damage. If not, find a rifle or 2. Okay, Cleo will fall. One unique may be able to run in and pick up a rifle. I don't think there's any nearby. There's one on default, but he's not going to know about that one. Yeah, there we go. GenOne just about secure the round, but only 1 player surviving. Means they can't build up that bank. So if LNG just win 1 round, well, it won't take many rounds for LNG to win for GenOne's bank to be broken. So default, 1 minute left on the clock already and very little action. Just grenades traded across the map. Works on map control. GenOne now shift. Set themselves up for this split. They silently creep. It's a full contact. A pop, if you will. And Brooksy completely cracks open the bomb site. Bomb planted. GenOne now hunting to remove these saving rifles. Krivda gets one and a dink, but falls in the process. GenOne, despite not having the greatest economy, they want to remove these rifles from LNG. They're losing one player. They're not going to overextend too much. Ooh. Jax goes down as well. Fortunately, a couple players have extra funds to drop over. LNG now going for an eco around these two saved weapons. They can't afford a full investment. GenOne closing the distance. Beautiful flashbang. Allows Krivda, or allows Marett to go for the wide swing, sorry, from the flash from Krivda. Opening kill. It's one of the M4s set up for success. That's what you want to see when you've got this kind of investment, right? When you've got these two saved M4s, these are the weapons that are going to win you the round. It's not the pistols. It'll be the fact that you've got these two M4s. So try and get them involved in the action. Set them up for the kills. There's the first. Rifle not retrievable though. Can't be upgraded. Marett peeks on timing as soon as he sees a smoke landing. Catches them off guard but can't quite secure a kill. Man advantage for LNG still, but GenOne do get the bomb site. They get it planted. They have utility now to lock out these rotations. I say that, nothing stops them walking out of the box room in towards heaven. They now have two angles of approach and they waterfall down through heaven. They trade out on towards the site. In fact, that's a team kill that comes in. It's 2 versus 2. Kersey wide swung by Marett and goes down. Jax now in the 1 versus 2. The experience not enough to close it out. LNG with just 2 saved M4s. The rest on pistols. They successfully retake the site and get up to an 11th. Just as GenOne was starting to look a little bit more composed. Starting to close that distance. And look what it's done to the funds. GenOne barely afford a healthy buy. There will be heavy compromises here. Already Brooksy on towards a Mac 10. A Galil on Jax and Drak. 1 AK on Davudovic. Kersey still with a sniper rifle in play. And again they creep towards the B site. Kersey looking to go for an opening with the AWP, but turned away at the door by Cleo. Malchus now rotates in towards the B site and posts up with the AWP, being dynamic and unpredictable with the sniper. Kersey, I believe, is still scoped up on it, but no, he's shifting away. Difficult spot for GenOne. They don't have any extremity control, no B main nor A main. Just focusing on this presence towards middle. I think Davidovec might have found the timing. He has. He's found the time to cross as Drac was player. I think it was one unique was jiggling camera. Davidovec crosses the exact moment he's not visible. But he will get traded by Cleo. That's all the presence that GenOne need to activate on towards this site. All the information. Jack's a beautiful swing. Lands the headshot towards Malkis. 2 versus 2. Nice thing from one unique. Gotta try and collect this bomb. HE. Won't quite be enough to finish off Jax, but softens him up lower, and Crypto will find that kill. Kersey into the 1 versus 2. Lands the AWP shot, but goes for the Tech 9 against one unique on full HP. LNG will be able to get this retake, and we'll be able to get this defuse. Put them up onto map point, ready to steal Anubis away from GenOne. Money still weak for GenOne. Tech 9 now for Brooksy. And Kersey. Mac 10 for Drac. 2 Galils, no AKs in sight. A lot of information gathered here from LNG. A proactive play, flashing one unique in towards B main. He sees nothing. So the rotation comes through on towards this A-bomb site. There's 3, 4 if you include the player who fell. Players to hold this site. The trades come through. Jax with the Galil. Finds a beautiful triple kill. This site hold is dismantled. One unique, the player who got all that information to begin with, is now the only player surviving. For L and G. Forced to turn back and save. Doesn't fancy his chances in the 1 versus 2, especially with Jax in hot form with that triple kill. Now, LNG had all the information they needed there. They'd cleared out B main. There was no presence in mid. Nothing towards con either. If B main is clear, chances are it's either A or an A split. And they rotate the amount of players in towards A. 4 players. But the issue is when you've got so many players there, people often think, yeah, we've got a stack, we've got numbers. But do you actually have a viable setup? Do you have a setup that's worth more than the numbers? Because Jax was able to just walk in and take those fights one at a time. Util wasn't down for LNG to block. GenOne were already out fighting in towards A main. Reaction perhaps a little bit slower with utility, but even if Util wasn't the problem, the setup just wasn't there despite the number of players. The reason why having more players on the site makes it easier to defend is because you have the opportunity to add more crossfires, more setups, more complicated and intricate setups. But you still have to do them intentionally. Otherwise, you're essentially just 4 1 versus 1 fights. Round 22, LNG still on that point, but going to be ecoing around this M4. We saw them with 2 saved M4s on an eco win a round. Let's see if 1 saved M4 along with 2 MP9s can be enough here. 1 unique, the M4 left to his own devices on B. Smoked off twice. Lurk smoke towards B main. Smoke thrown from spawn to block info towards connector. replenishes the B main smoke, allows him to cross towards jail safely. GenOne are setting up for a B site hit. There's only one player here to defend. One unique's lost or burn all his utility. Drac making a bit of presence towards A main. Try and pull a rotation. Will do so successfully. One unique caught jiggling. It's just a full contact from L and G. Site is cleared. Bomb planted safely. Drac now holding down for this rotation. Come through A main. He's going to be met with heavy resistance, but can't even find the first. Crypto with a 5-7. That's an M4 retrieved. If they lose one on one unique, Crypto picks up another. Kersey, why is Kersey in T-spawn? Is he hunting? He's now stuck with an AWP. He can't get out of there. Has to bring Jax in for some support. So, Kersey will be rewarded for hunting for ecos with an AWP with 3 kills. At the cost of Jack's life. Jax comes in to try and save Kersey. Jax dies, Kersey gets 3 kills. AWPers love their eco kills. Around 23, it's a full, very healthy investment from LNG. 4 M4s and AWP up on Malchus. A lot of damage done. 2 HEs, soften Malchus down to 9. Bit of a spam. Wild from Jax. No counter comes through. Brooks, if that HE was just 10 seconds earlier, they would have found a kill on Malchus. GenOne now proceed in towards middle. Kersey spotted with the bomb in tow, holding for the connector peak. But that's a lot of information. There's presence in towards mid. The bomb is over towards A main. It's evidently an A split. Marrett will take Brooksy down through the smoke. Crypto to try and hold this site solo, but Drac caught with utility out in hand. And now the 2 players coming in through camera, they're split because there's no pressure. Kersey is just baiting. So allowed all his teammates to take contact whilst thinking he had Cake pinned. He did not. He's now left in a 1 versus 3. Will be spotted. Reconfirmed his position is Cake. Swing comes through and it will be a 13-10 victory on Anubis. I have to say, GenOne, their T side was okay, but their CT side was just so bad it let them down. Their CT side had nothing. They were in the same setup every single round, and it was completely exploited by LNG. LNG, of which take Anubis. They steal it away from GenOne, and it puts them 1-0 up in this series, as they're about to move on to their map pick of Dust 2 after this quick 10-minute break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, and we are live into Dust 2 here at United21 Season 22, best of 3 in a winners match of GenOne versus L&G. The winner of this best of 3 goes through to the playoffs, and L&G just managed to steal Anubis away from GenOne. A GenOne whose CT side looked very, lackluster. Had lots left to be desired. L&G currently starting on that T side. They're going to be setting themselves up for a B execution. Kersey hiding towards the back of the site, mollied off, will land a couple shots. In fact, yeah, will land the second as well. But a fast flank comes in. GenOne set up nice and ready for that exact set piece. An early flank coming in from tunnels. One player ready to come in through the window, as well as Kersey buying lots of time, just sitting in those flames, somehow still able to find two. GenOne off to a good start. A much needed start. Now, Dust 2. One of the common themes about this map is AWPers. It's the players you really want to look at. They're often the star players on most maps, but Dust 2 is where they really can shine. Kersey, the AWPer for GenOne, was at the top of the scoreboard on Anubis, but his stats were heavily padded by exit kills and eco frags. Struggled to find the actual impact with the openings, but there you go, more eco frags, a triple kill. I say it and it shall appear. GenOne sweep aside L&G's eco round, the Glock's barreling in towards middle. And there you go, Kersey drops over his M4 to pick up that sniper rifle nice and early. First round investment for L&G. AK is a decent amount of utility. Spreading themselves thin on a D4. GenOne currently fighting for long. Jack spotting towards mid. Knowing it's not likely that he's got an AWP to challenge him. It'll only be AKs he's up against, so he's confident in taking these aim duels, even if it's just with an M4. One uniquely managed to shift, keep his way out in towards middle. Kersey spots his shoulder though. Scopes in time. We'll find the opening kill. Nice little lineup there from Cleo. Cheeky mid to B smoke. L&G setting themselves up for a split. 45 seconds. 3 posturing in towards middle. 1 could be coming late in towards tunnels. But Jax pushes through, catches Krivda off guard with the Mach 10. That completely annihilates this split. All 3 players now are going to be coming in from the same angle, but they're quiet, they're silent. They're not rushing. They're not ringing any alarm bells. They creep in towards the site, but Drac holding from a lovely angle, good for 1, but fluffs the spray. Cleo takes him down. 2 versus 3. Malkis trying to hold for the rotations, but spotted by Brooksy. It's Cleo now into a 1 versus 3 on very low on health. Spotted towards the back of the site by the rotation coming in from Davudovec. Utility comes in. There's nothing. Cleo can't stop them from breaking through these narrow choke points with the door and the window. Those are the advantage points. That's what makes this B site hard to retake, is there's very narrow choke points for the CT to walk their way through. But Cleo, stuck in the back of the site, can't hold those choke points. So GenOne successfully retakes, put themselves up 3-0. L&G with that bomb plan. If they wanted to, they could go for a force buy. And max round loss bonus. Plus that $600 investment from the bomb plant. I'm going to be choosing to go for a half buy. I don't hate it. Although Cleo's gone for a hero AK. We'll see if it can carry its weight. flashes a pop into the middle, but Drac fully blinded is going to mow down 2. Jax then comes in through the window and is good for another, but it's quickly traded. The B site is actually open, but Marat can't get the bomb over towards the site. It's now stuck on the slope between middle and B. Grifter in a 1 versus 3. And go on a full lengthy rotation. Move towards the tunnels, but Davudovic, he's thought about it. He's considered this, and now he's going to be holding the tunnels. And now he saw Fango swaps to his USP at the worst time. I'm not sure why he wanted to do that, but will win the fight. Anyway, Krivda didn't have armor. This is clean for GenOne. This is where the challenge comes. LNG go for the full buy with the AWP up for Malkis. That being said, with what they bought last round, their utility is abysmal. They have 3 flashes. Already one of them's been used. The initial util to take map control to challenge for openings is burnt. They have very little left. 2 smokes, 2 mollies, 2 flashes. That's all. Even then, that's being burnt away. And that's all because of how much they invested in the last round. The extra piece of Kevlar, the extra upgraded weapon, the more expensive weapon here or there. Cleo going for that hero AK, couldn't afford utility behind this one. Brooksy fully blinded as he gets flashed into peeking short. Will now shift in dry. One unique shifts up, but Brooksy perfect crosshair placement, ready for one unique to track across with head down to pop himself up. Grifter now tries to do the same, but I think he's been spotted. Does manage to track across. Captures Brooksy. Davudovic will trade. Man advantage maintained for GenOne, and the rest of the LNG players, they managed to creep their way out towards long. They now accelerate. Popped in. Kersey fully blinded. Only good for 1. Barrett 2K is going to be tapping down a couple players. Traded by now by Malkus. 1 versus 2. 18 seconds. He's still got to recover this bomb. A wide swing from Davudovic. And Jax has gone for a full reposition. Malkus has time now to pick up this bomb, get it towards the site. Jax's kit in a HE can soften up Malkus if Malkus chooses to stay on the site. But he will evacuate onto the slope. Into the 1 versus 1. Jax creeps up along the catwalk. Stalking his prey. Hunting them down, but Malkus goes for the peek on timing. Took so long for no fight to come towards long that Malkus gets curious and peeks catwalk, catches Jax off guard, and Malkus will win 1 versus 2 clutch. 1 versus 3, I believe, if you count the trade towards Marat. But a 2 versus 4 in total. Far too many 1v1 fights given up to LNG by GenOne. Just not playing together, taking risky fights unnecessary. GenOne still able to afford another bite to challenge. But this compromises Brooksy down to a Thanos. Not had the time to build up a strong bank account. Be a 3-1-1 for GenOne. Drac supporting Brooksy and Davudovic and taking long control. They secure it with 2 players. For LNG, it's still a slow default, working tunnels control. Take control of that, they then split in towards middle from upper and lower. With middle, they can work their way in towards catwalk. LNG now shifting towards short. They contact Drac. Elevated on the ledge. Doesn't overstay his welcome. Spots them and falls off. A good counter flash from Brooksy. Stops LNG trying to capitalise on that space. In the meantime, Jax is getting adventurous. Inquisitive. Curious. As he's shifting towards tunnels, doesn't see anyone. Going for a flank. Krivda has it held though. The presence of mind from Krivda is beautiful. He gets that kill, and as soon as that happens, LNG, they accelerate on towards short, catching GenOne in a bit of a state of panic. And Brooksy will find two before being traded. But it's just Kersey as long has fallen. With this AWP to go for yet another save. Kersey clutches onto this AWP. Looking to wield it in the next round. GenOne don't have the funds to go for a buy. I'll probably look to eco around this AWP. Jax has invested into an MP9. He can't afford Kevlar, so I'm not sure if he's going to play that without Kevlar. Or drop that over to someone who can. I'm going to play it without Kevlar. I mean, you call an AWP without Kevlar a glass cannon, but an MP9 isn't really much of a cannon, so it's more like a glass sewing machine. And now his step's just been heard. LNG, they're just contacting in the wide swing. Jax almost good for one, but the aim punch is too much. The Kevlar comes back to bite him. The funny thing is, if he'd got Kevlar at $650, he would have got that kill and got a $600 kill reward, which would have paid off his Kevlar. And it'd be a 4 versus 4 instead. But hindsight is 2020. Foresight is not. Drac will get caught by Cleo's lurk. GenOne are now setting themselves up for exits, but Marat2K can hear all of these steps. Does get cleared by Brooksy. Oh, a bit of a messy spray there from Marat2K. Kersey is going to be firing off, hunting some exits again, padding his stats. But will he even be able to keep this AWP? He's being hunted down aggressively, and there you go, loses the sniper. Great, again, Kersey. We saw it quite a bit on Anubis, but we see it again here. He's playing for stats so often. Like, he saved that AWP in the previous round because he's in a 1 versus 3. You can make the argument that, cool, he's saving for his KD, but in reality that decision makes sense. He can keep his AWP up. But there he's going for exits, gets 2 kills and loses his AWP. Now he doesn't have an AWP in round 8 because he wanted 2 extra kills to add to his tally of 9. Bear in mind he got 5 kills in the first 2 rounds. 5 kills against blocks. Padding his stats with exit kills. Now GenOne don't have a sniper to try and challenge Malchus. Brooksy spam through the door. We'll get the opening pick. 1 unique falls. A good flash, but it does also blind Brooksy. Manages to get across towards the B side, trusting in his 2 teammates to hold down the A site. Util has faded for GenOne. They have one single flash left. Kersey, rightly so, leaves the A site and helps Davudovic hold long. They don't want to spread themselves too thin. Oh, as soon as I say that, he shifts away. Davudovic activates, good for one, but quickly traded. If Kersey was there, but he shifted away. Goes for the underhanded flash and is good for one. Does find the second. Makes up for baiting Davudovic. Brooksy comes on the flank to catch Krivda. Man, if I was Davudovic, I'd be fuming if Kersey didn't get that double kill. Round number 9. Again, it's a default for LNG. A little bit of util thrown towards long. This time it's much faster at taking tunnels. GenOne, their CT side, they're falling back into this habit that they had on Anubis where it's passive. It's not proactive. They're not taking fights on their terms. They're giving LNG lots of room to work with. And 1 minute 25, one unique has made his way through tunnels all the way up catwalk already. Drops a lurk smoke. Funny like something. I want it a big waterfall. It drops down as well. It's applying a bit of pressure towards short. They know that the CTs don't have it. The CTs must be holding towards long if they're holding the A site. I can't be holding A site itself. It's very weak hold. They have to have long or short. And Molotov comes in and it's well timed. The flames tickle the toes. Davudovic, here's a sound cue. Another tick should call Kersey back over with this AWP, but they strike, they walk out, and Malkis has Kersey pinned. The A site falls, and one unique coming up short with Marat 2K should be able to hold down these rotations. A smoke in towards CT, they can safely cross. And get this bomb planted. GenOne should be going for a save already. Jax will catch one unique in the back. A confidence kill. Bit of an exit frag. But GenOne are set up for exits right now. They really should just commit to the save, as Jax is doing. There's literally no need for them to stick around here. Got very few rounds left in the half. LNG will still be able to buy up in the next couple. But GenOne don't have that pleasure. They don't have that benefit. They don't have that advantage. Their funds aren't great. So saving was a must. Malkis, AWP shot. Takes down Drak. No challenge from GenOne. Brooksy up on towards short again. Wins that fight. Spots the shadow of Malkis. Finds a second. Transfers onto the third. 3 beautiful headshots holding solo on short. 2 versus 4 thanks to the heroics of Brooksy. Kersey tapping downrange from sight. Will find Cleo and gets traded by Marat 2K. Gets that information. Marat now on a 1 versus 3 and he's a known quantity. They know he's trapped here towards long. Jack sprints towards top mid to lock him in. Marat has the opportunity for a 1 versus 1 fight. Catches the jiggle. Molly's traded. Jack's now pinned, but the rotation comes through from Brooksy. He'll collect the quad. Even saves the AWP. Massive round from the Frenchman. Two rounds left in the half, and LNG, they're going to choose to go for a force buy. It's a difficult spot because 3 of their players can't afford these AKs. One unique on the scout. It's a fight towards long, but Brooksy overwhelmed, fully blinded. It's Krivda to find the opening. That's another weapon, another rifle that can be picked up by either Marat or one unique. They are kind of locked in towards long. Drac pushing towards the top of mid, but he has to fall back, tagged down to 29 points of health. Kersey posted with the AWP, has an angle above the edge of the smoke. Spot if anyone else crosses to pit. Malchus holding T-spawn. Will he be spotted? Not only will he be spotted, he'll be domed. Jack's a beautiful shot. One unique. Continuing to tag people down with the scout. Kersey, the only player on full HP. Sorry, Jax is as well. On the CT side. Cleo good for one. Kersey finds that trade. Finds his second kill. 3 versus 2. This is another shot, but Drac will come in to bail him out. Krivda in a 1 versus 3. Bomb not in his control. 25 seconds. Has to try and make the cross. Beautiful shot on towards Drac. Plucks him off the catwalk. Goes for a second fight, but this time doesn't land the burst. Jax withstands. GenOne managed to get themselves a 7th. We're into the final round of the half, and LNG, that was a force buy for them. They no longer have the funds to afford rifles, to afford AKs. At most, they could drop over the odd Galil. It will be a force buy regardless. L and G, it's pistols, 2 Tech 9s, 2 Deagles, and 1 Scout. Brooksy and Davudovec chime in together on long. Energy trying to force their way out through the smoke. Met with heavy resistance. Krivda tries his luck shifting through a smoke. It's desperation at this point for LNG. One unique will at least find one consolation prize. But it's only a scout. He's retrieved. There's an M4 below him, little does he know. Does he not know? There's an M4 below him. You're just going to stick with a scout? Okay. 8-4 half. GenOne, their individuals come out on top to bail them out of a fair few rounds. It did look like LNG was starting to wrangle control of that half, but then we saw the Brooksy 4K set GenOne up to have a strong 8-4 scoreline at the half. Again, this is L and G's map pick. We'll see if their CT side fares any better. But again, just like on Anubis, GenOne could have a strong T side. On a map like Dust 2, it's more than possible to just call spawn-based Counter-Strike. There's always that caveat on the T side of Dust 2, which gives it that element of upset potential, that there's nothing you can do as the CTs to predict whether they'll have an OP long spawn or an OP B spawn. GenOne will be shifting into lower tunnels. Malchus lies in wait with Julies. There's also a HE in play. Ready. So he takes contact. But domed by Drac. The Julies find nothing. The Julies, in fact, are picked up now by the killer. GenOne sprint up towards Catwalk. One unique, fully flashed off on the new box. Tries to tap down, but overstays his welcome. Doesn't drop off after missing a fair few shots. And Drac again, a drive-by on both Cleo and Marat 2K, leaving Krivda a 1v5, now spotted out by Jax on the jump spot. These two players have had a bit of a duel in that first half, fighting towards tunnels. With the Vudavek, he'll take the scalp of Krivda. Nine to 4, GenOne determined now to take us to Ancient. Oh, beautiful HE and Molly combo. Stops the Malkis push in towards lower tunnels. Vudavek hunting now with this Mac 10. An empty B bomb site, GenOne plants. Vudavek looks to farm some more cash. Jax comes in to support. Quad kill to Vudavek. Third round investment comes out for L and G, but it's 5M4's very, very weak utility. The downside of that third round buy. On top of that, getting no kills in the pistol round means they don't get that extra $300 kill bonus to afford that extra piece of util. And already 1 minute 30, it's 2 smokes and a flash. That's it. They can't now play retake. They can't now play to delay. Especially the latter with no kit. Rather the former, should I say. A nice 2-man stack firing squad. Between one unique and Krivda, and that's in the first kill. Malkis, an individual play around the edge of the smoke, isolates Jax, and Vudavek fails to trade. And the B site has a good hold. LNG get their first round on the board, and it's a strange one considering GenOne had, or rather LNG had no util. GenOne had a massive advantage there. But they just give up these solo fights. LNG trust their setups despite having no util. Early challenge towards long, but the molly misses. Maybe it was intentionally meant to land towards the blue bin. I think it was, but he peaks too soon either way. Malkis goes down to the AWP Curse, an opening kill. Man advantage. Quickly taken away by Krivda. Drac fluffs the spray. 2K now getting aggressive. Peaks on the timing. And combined with the molly, Cleo then will find another 2, leaving Brooksy into a 1 versus 2. A good proactive playing towards short. They find the right timing to peek to catch them setting up and lining them up. Brooksy taps the bomb. Thing is LNG, the 2 players, one unique and Krivda, are sat waiting out the smoke. As soon as, you can see on the minimap, as soon as that was planted, they realise, okay, he's not holding behind the smoke. Let's accelerate, let's go through. Brooksy isolates the first beautiful shot on towards Krivda. Flash causes one unique to drop. Jumping for Brooksy on 1 point of health, essentially. Just 1 bullet needs to land. And he will find it, even on the headshot. Overkill. Brooksy's such a difficult spot to be in. I think his one unique knew if he tried chasing him down along the catwalk, Brooksy could control the fights, dance and peek around the box at any point, at any time. So what does one unique do? He says, okay, I'm not going to give you that ability to dance around those boxes. I'm jumping down into lower so I can close the distance without you spotting. Once I close the distance, now it's an even fight. In terms of the engagement, not even by the fact that Brooksy had low HP. Win there for L and G. GenOne now broken onto pistols. 4 Deagles and a P250 on Davudovic. Big HE softens Davudovic down to 17 points of health. It's a 2-1-2, doubled up on towards that B bomb site. Marat 2K just holding middle from CT spawn. Jax will find the Deagle kill into Malchus, finishes him off. He was already tagged down low from the opening engagement. GenOne, in fact, one unique. Looking for information, but he's grouped up together. The proactive play, the team play, a double peek from him and Krivda. And mowed down 3, but it's a sticky spot now. Jax has made his way towards CT. Krivda has to isolate one of these fights and successfully finds Drac, and Cleo finds Jax. LNG now up to a 7th. They withstand the storm, but it's a lot of damage done by GenOne. Prevents LNG from building a stronger economy. GenOne, they creep into map control. Lower tunnels is theirs. They now flash their way in towards short, but Malchus, beautiful. Plays anti-flash, waits for it to pop, and then peeks with the AWP. All he has to do is click once and fall back. Opening kill, Jack's down. Double smoking towards CT. GenOne now set their sights for a B split. The flash comes through and Marat falls, but Krivda dancing on the site is good for 2. Even taking down Drac maintains that man advantage. Cleo coming on the rotation and Kersey will cut him down. Now LNG as they rotate in towards B. They have to be paranoid about Kersey, but I think they've realised that he's going to rotate in towards B. Towards tunnels. One unique will be creeping out the doors. Finds the timing. Uncontested. Lands a dink onto Brooksy. Malchus holding for that swing. Kersey through tunnels, but Kersey just has the window pinned. Will swing. Finds a tag, but there we go. Kersey secures it. A double kill. Close it out. GenOne up to 11. And with that, they've broken the bank for LNG. The amount of damage done by GenOne on that round with the Eagles has paid off. Paying dividends. Tagged. Kersey by the scout. GenOne sent themselves up for a B site hit, but they cancel. LNG were in such a good setup as well. 3 towards short, 2 towards mid. They were ready to crunch mid. But that little fake over towards B pulls the setup away for LNG. Means that GenOne can now freely walk in towards middle. I'm just thinking, imagine if that smoke wasn't thrown and GenOne walking towards middle when there's 5 LNG players ready to crunch. They set themselves up for a bit of a crunch again. 3 towards short, only 1 towards middle this time. Malkis is committed to that B side. Krivda tries to take contact first, but there's no tradability. I say that. Jax pops his head back up, and Marat collects it. Meantime, GenOne have found their way towards long. They accelerate, they pounce. The amount of information that Jax has collected. Brooksy lands another headshot. Kersey into Davudovic with another. Malkis cut down at range. GenOne now up onto map point. Prime to take us to a third. Aggression from LNG here with this force fight. MP9s, a couple scouts. They're choosing to take the fight to GenOne, seeing if they can be disruptive. Krivda is going to find one. Marat with another. Kersey tries to hold his own with the AWP, but he's overwhelmed. Drak tries to go for the transfer, but they line up. Marat 2k with the double. 12 to 8. LNG just about stay alive. A nice aggressive play, disruptive, taking the fights on their terms. Sowing seeds of chaos, but at their own discretion. Chaos that's in their control. Now it's a weak force buy for GenOne. They've got a 4-round lead, yet they've chosen to go for a full force buy here. They want to end it now, but in doing so it might cost them more than just this 1 round. At 2k, she's getting up on towards short. Drops the smoke. GenOne block. GenOne don't have the utility to fight for map control, and one unique is actually pushed towards long. And a beautiful flick from Malkis. 2 kills, 2-man advantage. GenOne in a difficult spot to recover, but Cleo might give this fight away. And he will. Brooksy will collect a free kill. Gifted by Cleo. No need to take that fight. Unnecessary. The 4 versus 3, or rather a 5 versus 3 at that point. It's now 4 versus 3. 4v3 is much easier than a 5v3 for the T's, for those with a disadvantage. Unfortunately, Marat 2k will withstand the storm, holding 2 at range. Even Brooksy. Marat will collect the triple kill. LNG up to a 9th, the force buy. He's sat down for GenOne. They now have to eco, allowing LNG to creep ever closer. Malkis, another opening kill. Well time mollying towards middle, but one unique. I was about to say one unique. Davudovic gets out in front of it, one unique. Collects a team kill. Looking to go for a bit of a firing squad here towards middle. Krivda. What? How did Krivda find 2 there? I'm so confused. Was there 2 players in the Xbox? Was he moving and a stray bullet went wild? Either way, Kersey last alive once more. 1 versus 4. LNG up to double digits, up to 10. Now GenOne can go for that investment. Kersey's still unable to get this sniper rifle out. Long control fort for GenOne. They take it successfully, but very little resistance shown from LNG. They're fighting towards short. Not only that, but one unique has pushed middle. He's got himself a very dirty flank right now. There you go. Rewarded. Finds Jax. Even drops a molly to lock them in just a little bit more. Oh, eventually he's caught by Kersey. Lurking, baiting at the back. Outside of T-spawn. Throws a bunch of util in towards the tunnels. Not sure what the point of that is. Have to keep Krivda at bay. Man advantage still for L and G. Kersey trying to hold down these rotations on catwalk from the Xbox. His teammates Brooksy and Drax sprinting through T-spawn, trying to make their way towards this B site where Krivda sits and holds. Kersey has got to try and find a kill to pull a rotation, but Marrett on the wide swing. Krivda now spots out the last two B players. He has to play time, but he tries to take a fight. He gives them the opening. That's the fight they wanted. There was no time on the board. Marrett 2K will find one through the edge of the smoke and gets Brooksy off of the bomb. Brooksy now has to commit. As long as Marrett gets him off the bomb, that's it. Round over. 12-11. And Clear will try and sneak through the smoke to get this kill. They won't find it. 12-11. We do have a technical pause. Krivda dropped from the server for a moment. He's back though. But LNG just 1 point away from tying up the scoreline. Bit of a comeback here. This was at least 12-8. Might have even been 12-7. And look at this buy for the final round of regulation. 1 AK, 2 Galils, 1 Mac 10. We get to see what Drak invests. A second Mac 10. That's all it will be for GenOne if they want to try and take this map home now and take us to a third. Gonna be a late, long take. The smoke deployed. But a HE stack demolishes Drak. Smoke deployed towards long. Alright, searching again. Kersey lurking. Gonna hear the steps, hear the rotation, but Malchus will find two. Kersey then activates, but the wide swing comes out from Cleo. It's just Kersey again. 1 versus 3. Unable to assist his teammates. Locked in towards short. Util will flush him forward. Exposed now on the catwalk and he'll go down as well. We're going to be going to overtime. A comeback there from LNG. GenOne just not able to take it over the line. I don't know, it feels like GenOne, it's not easy for them with Kersey baiting as hard as he is. He may have a lot of kills, but again, I'll remind people that his first 5 kills were against Glocks. He's had multiple exit kills even costing him saving his AWP so he could get exit kills. And the last 3 or 4 rounds, because GenOne haven't been able to afford an AWP on Kersey, he's been lurking and baiting. They've been doing 4-1. And his lurks haven't been all too impactful either. He's just sat waiting, hoping that his teammates can make the distraction that he can capitalise upon. He's not doing anything to make it easier for his teammates. That's what a lurk should do. Make it easier for their teammates to do whatever it is that they're trying to do. More selfless lurk. Malchus posted up in towards the tunnels with the AWP, but Jax spots the pixel and lands the headshot. Beautiful. They should expect one unique to also be here, but the flash fully team flashes himself to Vudavec, fully wiped, but the trade comes through from Drak. Man advantage maintained for GenOne. Surely that's a lot of information. GenOne aren't normally this heavy towards tunnels. Smoke's thrown towards the B-bomb site. They are playing MR15K. 16k, I believe, in overtime. There's no reason for LNG not to go this. They can buy for every single round in overtime. They'll have rifle rounds no matter what. The economy is of no consequence. Marat might as well attempt this 1v4. There's no reason for him not to. There you go. Catches out Kersey. Has kit, has smoke, has flash. Replenishes that lurk smoke, but Brooksy. A blind shot will cut him down. GenOne finally find the round. Fast round now for GenOne, testing this B-side defense. Krivda turns around, is good for 1-1. Unique denies the trade. 2 early picks. GenOne don't commit. They fall back, they reset, but they've now got 1 minute 30. But they've got a 2-man disadvantage. Limited on resources. Jax even tagged down low. Set back by an incendiary. And the HEs will finish him off. HE stacks take down Jax. Kersey now lurking in towards long. Held. Beautiful shot onto Malchus. Nice tap, but can't quite find the second. And Cleo holds well for short. Scoreline tied once again. Swap shot from one unique. Gets the opening kill onto Kersey. Aggressive in towards long, but Malchus holds his own. Cleo lays his life on the line for that frag. And Malchus peeking with the flash. Jax is unblinded and therefore is punished. 3 versus 3. One unique with a secondary AWP, but cut down through the edge of the smoke. Molotovs carpet the site. A GenOne fall all the way back, and Brooksy at that range lands a lovely headshot. Krivda in a 1 versus 3. Feels his location. Jax can now sprint into a position to cut off the rotation, but he'll do better. He'll cut off the head. A 2-1-1 there for GenOne. Swap over, go another 3 rounds. It's first to 16. That's the magical number. So GenOne only need 2 more to win. LNG will need 3 clean in a row. Otherwise, neither of those happen. We'll go again. OT2. Now, while Gen 1 were successful, it was off the back of winning the pistol. And they had a very stagnant CT side. They didn't change it up. They didn't mix it up much at all. If LNG can figure out a counter to how Gen 1 are playing, they'll be able to do it. Because I doubt Gen 1 will mix it up here. Looks like they won't. 3 towards long, 2 towards B. Standard default. Kersey helps them take long and then rotates around on towards short. No early fights for Gen 1. Opening kill, Malkis onto Brooksy through the smoke. Man advantage. A minute on the clock now, in that 50 seconds. LNG worked their way in towards short and met with the smoke. It's the last smoke of Gen 1, it's just 2 incendiaries left. LNG, 30 seconds and they're still not in a position to commit. A bit of a pressure applied by Krivda over towards B to pull this rotation. A bit of pressure in towards mid too, but the bomb is making its way towards short. A peek comes out from Drak, catches one unique with util in hand. Marit, not available to trade. Cleo will catch Kersey. They're expecting a mid to B, but it's not. It's a fast play up towards short. And Cleo will cut them down to size. LNG take the A bomb site, but again, there's no reason for Gen 1 to save here. None at all. This is 16k. They might as well go... Okay, why are they saving? Why? You got 10k. You can buy for the next 2 rounds no matter what. Like, there's literally no reason for them to save at all. Like, it makes no sense. When it comes to saving, the reason why saving works so much in regulation or when the economy is a factor is because by saving you sacrifice the 20% chance you'd have of winning this round by gaining an additional 25% on the next round because you have better weapons. But you're going to have better weapons no matter what. You don't change the outcome of the following rounds because you've got plenty of cash. You're going to buy no matter what. So you might as well have a roll of the dice on that 20%. It's not going to cost you anything. Gen 1 scared to roll. All untied again, 14-14. Again, it's the same setup for Gen 1. 2 towards B. 2 take long. And 1 rotates away. Missed HE from Drak. If that had landed, that could have been a bit juicy onto 1 unique. Kersey forward angled, but caught. Pushing in by Krivda. Opening kill. Krivda's getting curious. He's going to continue to force this issue. Lurking around the edge of the smoke. There's only 1 player to defend towards B. Gen 1 have hunkered down on towards this A bomb site, and Jax misses the first burst and is punished by Krivda. The A site, or the B site, sorry, open for business. Gen 1 have plenty of cash. Please don't save. If they save now, then they're trolling. There's 1 round left after this. Budovec will find 1. Are they save it? Seriously? 2 rounds in a row now, Gen 1? Can they see their money? There's 1 round left in regulation after this. This is 15-14. There's 1 round left. You might as well attempt a 3 versus 4. Even if the chances are 10%. You're throwing away that 10% chance. There's no gain to saving, none. They gain nothing but stats. But this game's not even on HLTV. Why are they playing for... There's no stats to gain. Either way, we do have a technical pause. LNG up to 15. But just look at the money. This is the final round of overtime 1. And GenOne have plenty of cash. Brooksy on 8.9, Drac on 12.3k. They could have bought no matter what. They've saved twice in a row. You can make the argument that they've decided to go for double AWPs here to afford, which is a little bit more costly. Which is why they would have saved. You can excuse saving once, but they already did the save once beforehand. They wouldn't be able to afford this even if they had went for that last round. Opening kill, 1 unique. Secondary AWP on the T side. Cuts down Jax, the secondary AWP with the CT. Opening pick. The smoke fades, Kersey scoped up, catches Malchus. The secondary AWP is won by LNG, but the primary AWP is won by GenOne. And now Krivda slinks in towards A long. But a flank is coming in from Brooksy. He's clearing out the top of middle, coming around through suicide. He's going a long way round, which means LNG have a lot of time. Now Molly a little bit deep. Marit 2K can walk through the gap in the flames and will catch the side of Brooksy's head. Or in fact, it's no, the Vudavek's head. It's a simple A-site take, no resistance. Brooksy's flank dealt with. Kersey in a 1 versus 4. Oh man, what are the odds that he's going to save this one? Or is he just going to sit and play for stats, play for exits on the final round? Come on, Kersey, at least give us an attempt. As soon as I say that, he dies. 16 to 14, L and G make the comeback from 12-8 down. They win in overtime. Much to be desired by GenOne from that performance. Their CT side on Anubis looked non-existent. On Dust 2, again, it looked fragile, but it somehow passed the test. They got 8 rounds despite it not looking good. On top of that, their T side was plagued by baiting issues from Kersey, who's playing for exits, playing for stats. It wasn't a good look. And then you move into overtime, and they save when it's MR16k, when they can buy no matter what. They go for saves on a retake. It doesn't make any sense. Either way, LNG 2-0. That means they are going to be topping Group D. GenOne stick around for the deciders match, but later, in about 11 minutes time, after a quick break, we're going to have the losers match. The elimination match. They're not losers just yet, but one of them will be a loser. 777 versus Devils 1. Tune in for that one in about 10 minutes time. We'll be right back. And welcome back to United21 Season 22. We're in this round 2 games for Group D. Earlier, we just had LNG versus GenOne, where GenOne just narrowly missed out on taking us to a third. LNG managed to close out the series, stealing Anubis away and stealing Dust too, with a little bit of a comeback from 12-8 down to winning 16-14. Now, we're going to be moving on to the elimination match. Devils 1 versus 777. Now, these two teams, they played, obviously, early in the group stages, round 2. Their round 1 games, we'll have a look at them. Devils played LNG in their round 1 game and lost 2-0. Devils 1, they're a Polish side, with the likes of Fnatic, Suonko, Frontsider, and Peteru. We then also got on the side of 777. They're a Norwegian team who are currently unranked. They've not played HLTV games in the last 3 months, so a bit more of an unknown. Looking at the veto, Vertigo, Dust 2 banned out, Ancient Anubis pick, Nuke Inferno banned out, leaving us with a Mirage Decider. So, Ancient Anubis, Mirage. Again, 777, they're a bit more of an unknown quantity, having not played any HLTV matches. Devils 1 will only be able to go off of the history of 77's play, in recent history, that is, from the likes of Wikipedia. Mostly just their game against GenOne. We're going to be kicking off with Ancient already. Not waiting a beat to get into the action. 777 starting on that T side. Bit of pressure in towards A main, but they get spotted by Fnatic. He's going to walk back towards the site, and 777 will reassert their press. Slowing things down, making sure the Devils 1 have an element of doubt, and you can see they've done it perfectly. Devils 1, they took the time, they've decided to rotate over towards B, and 777 have found the perfect spot to isolate Fnatic as the lone defender on the site. Frontsider will manage to find a kill through the smoke. But that's all. 4 versus 4. Bomb will be planted. The retake ensues. 2 coming in through Temple. Frontsider. 2 beautiful shots. Peteru activates again. QZR left alone in a 1 versus 4 in the donut, but Balis come through and finish him off, coming in from a flank. That was a beautiful read there from 777. Their beautiful reaction after they were discovered, setting their sights in towards A. They froze. They slowed down. They set themselves up, knowing that they already had mid control thanks to that lurk coming in. They just froze, ready to split A, but they waited. They didn't pounce too early. They waited, and then an element of doubt went into the Devils 1's mind, and they rotated away from the A site and stacked B. Fortunately for Devils 1, they've got a strong retake. The A side, the easiest side to retake in all accounts right here on Ancient. So Devils 1 still get the round, but 777 secure a bomb plant. Bomb plant gives them a Gilil, AK, couple Deagles, and a Mac-10. 4 spy. Devils 1, it's aggressive in towards mid with 2 players, 3 towards B. Fighting towards heaven, Wemba will find the kill with a Mac-10. CT is being pushed back, kept at bay by the utility. Meantime, 777 finding these picks, finding these frags. They're just collapsing in on towards this B bomb site. They've secured it. They know exactly where Fnatic is now in towards cave. And this whole time, Victor had pushed in towards A, identified that they'd gambled and left A open. Now he can cut off the rotations in Red Room. Fnatic will try and escape. Victor holds a tight angle, almost too tight an angle, and doesn't manage to land the shot on towards a low HP Fnatic. Fnatic just going to try and save this M4. Just a reminder for the context, if I didn't mention it in the pre-game, this is an elimination match. The loser bows out in last place. The winner will move forward to face GenOne. Devils 1 going to be forcing up behind this M4. A couple Deagles, or a couple pistols, sorry. A couple MP9s. Front side with this 5-7 deep in towards A main. 7-7-7 know that the buy is going to be precarious at best for Devils 1, so they're playing tentative, playing slow, just holding on to the map control that they have. Not being contested. Victor's able to push into a forward angle, but a messy spray. Perhaps unnerved by the flashbang, Swanko does find the kill. Victor falls. A lot of damage done though. When but holds Peter, who just goes for a dry peek. Devils 1, this is a little bit of a static setup. Despite getting that opening pick in towards cave, they're not really playing together. They're all playing on their ones, which opens them up to be isolated. And 7-7-7 get a free bomb site. Devils 1 look to save again. And 7-7 convert after finding that upset, finding that break on the force buy in the second round. They win the third round, find themselves 2-1 up. It's a very healthy buy for them. 5 rifles, full utility. Devils 1 going to be ecoing around this saved M4, the saved MP9 and 5-7. A 2-3 setup again, aggression in towards A main. No resistance in middle. 7-7-7 take that map control freely. Holding for the reactions, holding for the rotations. Peter goes down. Barley's with this M4 can't trade. Meantime, Harry is taking all a donut. There's a lot of map control in the hands of 7-7-7, and Devils 1 aren't in a position to react. They're just hoping, praying that the setups that they have work. Barley's eventually finds the trade, but he himself is traded. Overextension, that's the M4 going down. Harry, fluffy spray. Falls to Suonko. So that information, the Norwegian side, identify the B site likely free. They set their sights towards it, smoke towards short. Util towards long. 18 seconds left, they still have to get this bomb across. Suonko's picked up this M4. QZR is tentative to cross. 11 seconds. Eventually we'll start to plant. The rotation's going to come through. Victor has to hold cave on his own. Good for 1, holds a pixel angle on the second, leaving Suonko 1 versus 3. Choose not to save the M4, instead attempts the fight. Is punished. The T side on 3 rounds, Devils on 1. But look at this buy. They could have done with that save on the M4. The utility is very poor for Devils. Peter and front sider with just a smoke each. Fnatic with a smoke and a HE. They've got 2 flashes. Only 1 incendiary. And Ancient is a map where you use, often by default, 3 incendiaries at the very start of the round. And there it goes. It's thrown out to try and block Victor getting in towards cave. fully blinded anyway, and Swonko finds the kill. But again, mid-control, free for 777. Spam through the smoke does dink Harry. That's confirmation. Audio cue. Barley turns away from the flash and then back into it a little bit too soon. Harry chooses not to pounce. Wisely so. Barley gets aggressive. Walks into Wemba. Harry, a forward position, holds for the rotation. P3 probably didn't expect Harry, considering Barley's didn't see anyone in red room. He only saw Wemba. The reaction from the two players in towards Donut, they get aggressive. And eventually they finish off Harry, but that's information traded across with which 777 can use. And Wemba's got himself on a lurk. Out in towards A, found the timing. In the meantime, it's contact up towards the slope. The rotation comes through. Fnatic, yes, he spotted the side, but won't land the shot. Wemba domes him. And QZR just goes for a wide swing towards long. Man, a lot of... Already, we're 5 rounds in. I'm seeing so many missed shots on both sides. Devils won their economy broken. Down onto pistols. It's a half. Invested quite a lot, to be honest, considering this is a half. Yes, they got a 4-round loss bonus, but even then, do the maths. P3 on 1,300. Swonko on 850. They won't be able to get a good buy next round. Either way, 777 will walk their way onto an empty A-bomb site. They can establish themselves an early post plan. Wide swing comes through, and they'll just mop up the players in towards Donut. If Swonko and Fnatic... I mean, Swonko should be saving. He does not have any cash to buy next round. He needs this Kevlar. Fnatic will manage to take down Hagmeister. There we go. Swonko falls. But look at the cash. P3, Barley, Swonko, they can't afford a great amount of utility. There you go, Swonko, he buys. Smoke, HE. Where's the mollies? Barley's could probably go... Yeah, there we go, Barley's doesn't even go for molly. They've got 2 incendiary grenades. You've lost 5 rounds in a row, and your buy still only has 2 incendiaries. Okay, there we go, there's a 3rd one. Barley's sold and dropped over a 3rd incendiary, but even then... These incendiaries are so important on Ancient. If you want to fight for map control, if you want to try and contest, and at the moment, they've not been able to whatsoever. 777 have had all the freedom in the world to walk in towards mid. And now, Devils, it's another gamble setup. It's another heavy in towards B, heavy in towards mid. And they leave A site open. 2 players for 777 just walk into A for free. A brilliant read. They have the site, but the thing is the bomb's not been planted yet. The bomb is currently tucked outside of the B doors. It's going to start shifting its way over towards A. Devils 1 haven't attempted a retake. Wemba and Victor haven't met any resistance on this A site. So they're like, okay, if there's no resistance here, then there's a high risk that they're probably still waiting outside the B doors. So going for a late walk into a B might not be the play. Now I'm going to sprint in. Those steps will be heard by the players in Donut. Harry still holding at the doors. Fnatic will find one. Peter Root. Catch Harry. QCR finds front side. A bomb about to be planted. Fnatic on low HP doesn't want to commit through the smoke. Wants to wait for his teammates. Lever this man advantage in their favour. Victor takes a fight towards Brokey. Manages to get his way in towards Temple. A flash allows him to reposition back towards Big Box and catches Barley's off guard. Now smoked off. Hagmeister very low on HP, but he still finds a kill. Now into the 1 versus 1. Bomb going to be stuck by Swonko and QZR finds it. 777 collect a 6th round. It's a really strange round. Devils won. Just constantly on this back foot, and now they're on weak economy yet again. It's MP9s, Kevlar, a Deagle. Very small amount of utility. Missed Molotov by Harry. Doesn't stop Swonko pushing in towards cave. Kuzyar catches front sider. Man advantage. Kuzyar just applying a little bit of pressure. Hagmeister holds outside the B doors. Catch the side. Kuzyar catches Fnatic trying to re-aggress. Push down the slope. Barley's will trade 1-for-1. Wenber overwhelmed. This is certainly a couple kills on these MP9s. Out of nowhere. But the A site is secure. Victor just has to try and get this bomb safely in towards A main. Risk if Peter who comes on this flank. In fact, it's Swonko. But a messy spray on that MP9. Doesn't quite clear the kill. Victor just chucks the bomb across and holds his smoke. And there we go. 777 will just about convert. These rounds are all so scrappy. From both sides. There's such a lack of coordination. It's like watching a pug. This is what it's like. It's like I'm watching a Face It level 10 game. And not necessarily high elo either. Like below 3k elo. That's what it looks like right now. It's 7-1, and finally, on round 9, there's only, what, 3-4 rounds left of this half, and finally Devils 1 can afford an AWP. Finally, they have an okay amount of utility. Even then, it's not complete. And bear in mind, that's after a couple MP9 kills. An opening kill, quickly traded by QZR. Going to continue to force the issue, but he falls. Wenber with an AWP, unable to trade. Man advantage for Devils 1 for what feels like the first time in forever. Harry's found the timing to slip past Swonko. Swonko, there we go. Swonko spots him on the jiggle eventually. He's going to continue to slink on in. The flash is good. Harry hunts and finds Swonko. In fact, he finds two. The site cut open. Front sider will find one on the rotation. 2 versus 2. Wenber still wants to try and get this bomb across safely, and Molly try and cut down the rotation, but front side is already in front of it. Does he not have headphones? Does he not realise the bomb is not planted behind the pillar? And a missed shot from front side, it sets Wenber up to whip out the Tech 9. What is going on? Twofold, because I was already setting myself up, holding myself back, waiting to rant about just the reaction from Swonko as soon as he spots Harry in cave. His reaction is to move in towards the pillar. What sort of setup is that? Yes, you've got a player who's watching K for you, but he's in you both in such awkward spots, no matter what. A single flashbang allows Harry to just walk out. Swonko doesn't turn. It's disastrous at best. And then you have that 2 versus 2. What a fumble. The fact that the molly doesn't actually stop them pushing up short if there's one already in there. But even then, the player on short doesn't have headphones, doesn't realise the bomb's not planted behind the pillar. Or at least he needs to adjust his left-right isolation. then the Tech 9 in the 1 versus 1. Away, Devils 1 again, back down to MP9s. Trade 1 for 1. Once more, 777 are given so much freedom just to take mid control and fight here towards A. Wenber's just creeped out towards A. This is disastrous. Number 11, 2 rounds left of the half. Devils 1 can invest again. This time no AWP. But again, when they fight heavy for mid, they're just not playing anyone A. This is such an easy read for 777. If this is something that was identifiable from one demo, this is a huge, huge overstep. A's completely open again. Fortunately for Devils 1, they have a man advantage. They got the 1 kill on towards Harry. Deep, aggressive, in towards B. Now 777 have to play aggressive to establish a post plant, but a fluffed spray from Fnatic. Or rather from QZR. Wember with this an awkward angle. Gets these players so low, but can't quite get the kills. It's down to Hagmeister in a 1 versus 3. It'd be a 1 versus 4 clutch if he wins it, but no, tagged down by the side of the box. The retake is successful. But there's an obvious pattern in Devils 1's CT side. If they fight heavy for mid, they have nobody A. I'm pretty sure they're playing 3B at the start of every round. Or at least they're going 3B every round that they're going to mid. So all 7-7 have to do is, okay, sit at the bottom of elbow. Is there heavy mid util? No. Walk out mid for free because they know they're not holding. Is there heavy mid util? Yes. Okay, walk out A because you know A is now empty. Finally, a 1-2-2 setup for Devils 1. The AWP from Barley's posted up deep towards A. It's time 7-7-7 playing a little bit more passively. Waiting for a mistake to be made by the Polish CT side. Front side is sticking around in towards heaven. Trying to hold this firing squad. So Peter, he peeks down the slope. Catches Harry. Not looking. Man advantage, re-smoke of elbow. Minute on the clock, 7-7-7, still barely having any map control, but Wenber's managed to creep out towards the bucket. There we go, catches Swanko, but it's a quick trade by frontsider. Fatty's looking for the multi-kill, a triple kill for him. 3 rounds for Devils 1 after winning the last 2, but it's 9 in a row for 7-7-7. Swapping over into the second half, 7-7-7 will don the CT Kevlar. Wenbar, smoke and a kit. Got a full belt of utility on Peter Root and an extra smoke on frontsider. This to me, judging by especially now by the fact that they're running towards B, smells like long and short smokes, plant the bomb, use that Molotov to deny a defuse. That's what I'm expecting. 777, it's double donut. A bit more passive here towards B. Harry just jump spotting. We'll spot the util come through. It is indeed the double smokes. Now the issue is Wenbar has a smoke to defuse this bomb if the molly does get deployed. Bomb to be planted. Question is, where does Wenbar use this smoke? Does he use it to block off an extremity, or does he save it for that bomb? With this molly in play, the bomb is the priority. That's if 777 can crack this site. Bomb. Smoked. If anything, that provides Fnatic cover. Now the swing comes through from Cave. Eventually overwhelmed. The kit picked up by Victor. It's just too scrappy. Fnatic going for the swing, but he's missing. Eventually we'll find him. With just over a second left on the defuse. Devils 1 do get that T pistol round. Very messy retake there from Devils 1. They were setting themselves up. 3 towards long, 2 towards short. But that smoke just gave the T's so much cover. Wait till you're on the bomb. Wait till you've cleared the site before dropping that smoke. That just made it so much harder to retake. One of the things that makes the B site on Ancient so easy to retake is that there's no cover for the T's other than that pillar. By dropping that smoke, it increases the size of that cover. Not only that, they can play inside the smoke, around the smoke. Peek from multiple different angles, multiple different surfaces of that smoke. Anyway, 777 going to choose to go for an eco, and it's a full B site stack. Meantime, Devils 1, they've just sprinted. Sprinting everywhere. Barley's has cleared out A site. The action comes through down the slope. P2 just tapping down, seeing what he can find with a Mac 10 at this range. But it's a killing floor there at the bottom of the slope. Miss Molly in middle. But Hagmeister's going to tank like 60 damage from it. Regardless, he still gets an opening kill. Catches Devils 1 trying to force their way through. That's a really scrappy round from them. Like that. Spots Fnatic back of the slope. Drops the incendiary, keeps them at bay for 5 seconds. So 2-man disadvantage for Devils 1. Harry's getting aggressive. Oh, I like this. Proactive from 777. Down the slope. There's the trade. 1 for 1. But also information passed across as T herd thinned. Reposition. Wembley catches Suonko just slinking up the ramp, but he doesn't check Cubby. Wembley's got an M4A1S. He was spotted the barrel even if Wembley was hiding. Wide swing. Wembley will collect the 3k upgrade to the AK. Double digits now for 777 onto 10. And that was such a scrappy round from Devils 1. You can see how rough around the edges they are. A missed jump up smoke. And not only is Molly, sorry, and not only is it missed, it was free-handed. It was a running throw. It wasn't a line-up. He just chucked it. It bounces back. And where it actually landed could have actually paid off to help them. Because it did a lot of damage to, I think it was QZR or Victor. And it was Hagmeister pushing through the bottom of the molly. But even then, they force their way through a smoke. Slow around here. Around 16. Devils want. Not a point of damage taken. On the other side of things, 777 have chipped away somewhat. They managed to work their way in towards cave control. The smoke's now thrown in towards long. They're setting themselves up for a bit of a split here. Harry clears the top of the slope. Knows that that's not a threat right now. He's at 777. Don't overreact. HE thrown a tad early. And Harry caught Peter just contacting. QZR tagged by the smoke, the sound cue, but he withstands and gets the kill. Victor the same. Man advantage now for 777. They can fall back behind these smokes and play retake with this man advantage. Hagmeister late rotation coming in through Donut, looking to fight Barley's. Front side will find QZR through the smoke. 777 offering up fights through the edge. Fortunately, it's traded by Victor. Now they just need to trade out on towards the site. Victor hesitates, and it will be his undoing. Hagmeister now rotating in. They should know where he was coming from. Last spotted towards Donut, but there's no time. Gonna have to look to save. I'm sticking around for exits, but Devils one's retreat through CT. Unfortunate round there for 777. I say unfortunate, it was their own undoing. They had that man advantage. The 4 versus 3 is the Bombers Planet. They slink back through the smokes, but by spamming the smokes, going for extra kills, they invite Devils 1 to spam them back. Not only that, but they give away their locations, so Devils 1 can spam them knowing where the spam is coming from. Sure, it is then traded, but then you only have a 2 versus 2 on the site. Because Hagmeister is so far away, he's been delayed, he's been kept towards Donut. So now you're pushing on towards the site in a 2 versus 2 rather than a 3 versus 3. And much rather the 3 versus 3. 2 versus 2 relies on one trade. There's only 1 point. It needs to go wrong for it all to fail. Whereas if 3 versus 3, if you miss the second trade, there's at least, or miss the first trade, at least there's a second trade to come through. And 6, 7, 7, 7. Empty their bank accounts to afford this investment. It's a bit of a force. 4 M4s, 1 MP9. It's heavy. Aggressive in towards mid. There's nothing actually locking these players out of elbow. Double smoke comes in, but the A site open. Devils 1 will have it for free, but they're still taking their time, clearing out all these angles. It's methodical, but in doing so, they're making noise, giving the game away, allowing 777 to set themselves up earlier for a retake. One will be planted. 5 versus 5. Bounce smoke on towards the back of default. Devils 1 holding. Good kill from the MP9, but there's just not enough time. I tried to force their way in, but some strong post plants from Devils 1, poor trading from 777. Victor on 1 point of health, sprints away to save. Devils 1 closing this scoreline down now. In part due to the weak economic situations that 777 have been burdened with since losing that pistol. M77 going to be ecoing around this M4, and they're going to be getting aggressive in towards A main. Victor eventually does trade his 2 fallen ecoing players Finds a double kill, but in the meantime, Devils cleared out the B-bomb site. Victor could catch off Peteru with the bomb here. Peteru knows there's a possibility. The flash comes through. Victor turns. Headshot onto Peteru. A nice HE softens up Barley's and even lands a second headshot. A quad kill. The saved M4. Upgrading to that AK. Poor trading there from Devils 1. It's that fundamental decision, right? I'm sure people know the sort of players who are always keen to throw these flashbangs, always keen to throw the support. Like, do you want me to flash you into this? Do you want me to flash you into that? But at the end of the day, a flashbang, a flash peek does not necessarily equal a trade kill. And trade kills are the fundamental, the baseline for success. Barley's have come down, double peeked the lane with Peteru and traded, but instead Victor is given 2 1 versus 1 fights. Meister trying to hold towards mid, down to low HP. Manages to get out of there almost. Has to smoke himself off to maintain his vitals. Mid control in Devils 1's hands. Flash into red room. Pushes QZR back. Crossfire held. Wide swing. Hagmeister is the one to get the kill. Barley's with the AK fails to trade. Falls back in towards red room as 3 players look to now retake. That's a lot of information. QZR, or rather Barley, spotted a lot of players there. Knows that there's 1 CT, 2 red room. There's 1 at the back on short. So Devils 1 pounce. They know that there was only 1 player. They catch him. They kill him. They have the site, but a man disadvantage. 777 look to retake, but they force their way in towards the site. All through long, and there's 3 players staring at them who can control the fights. Dancing around the cover. Wenber now left in a 1 versus 2. Keeping in towards short. Catches Fnatic on site. Here's Sawonko. Can stick this bomb. Does have a kit. Molly comes through, but the Molly goes into... Oh no, did Sawonko miss the Molly? Oh no. He mollied himself out. Sawonko. Does he not know that you can bounce util off the wall? Off of the top of cave? And it will land on default? Oh dear, Sawonko, what a choke. If that molly lands, he gets the round, but the molly misses, and then he gives up the 1 versus 1 fight, panicking that Wimber's still on the bomb. 777 now on map point, ready to try and take their map pick. Mac 10's now for Devils 1, it's a weak investment. Mac 10's and 2 Galils. 777, stack 2 mid, 2 A, it's a retake towards B. Good spray. I'm about to say nets Victor a kill, but a team kill that comes in. Still 4 versus 4, bomb planted. 777 have the util advantage in this retake. Fnatic down low. Somehow he gets out on 2 points of health. Finally he's finished. The flash comes in. Peteru falls. Sawonko and Barley's. Just Sawonko now. The 1 versus 3. Cuts down 2, puts into the 1 versus 1. Harry drops the incendiary, looks to try and tap the bomb. Harry just missing the spam, eventually catches him. Sawonko, after failing, choking even, a 1 versus 1. He successfully gets a 1 versus 3 to keep Devils 1's hopes alive here on Ancient. And that's completely broken the bank for 777. So much so that they're going to choose to go for a force buy, believing that they're in what some players call a double eco. It's helped out by the fact that Wemper can afford an M4. We saw 1 rifle win around for 777 before. But it's the deal for Harry that's winning it for them now. Beautiful headshot onto Fnatic. Peteru fails to trade. The spacing not there. The Mag 10 will find 2 in response. Harry, another Deagle kill. Eventually shut down. 2 versus 2. Barley's almost caught off guard, but the 5-7 not clean enough. Even Victor in a 1 versus 2. These two players for Devils 1 now group up. They sprint in towards Donut. This is where Victor creeps in behind them on the flank. And a messy spray catches the 1, but the trade comes through from Frontsider. But it goes down to just 1 player surviving for Devils 1. Not great for their funds either. Unfortunately for them, that was a force buy and not an eco. If it was an eco, then 777 would be investing with rifles in this round versus a compromise buy on Devils 1 with a Mac 10 on Fnatic. Instead, they have an opportunity to build their bank and shrink their deficit of rounds. And Harry with his deal. Solo towards B. Trusted. Hold it on his own whilst his 4 teammates rush A main, coming in on towards the flank. It's a wild spray from front side, and he does collect 3. Fnatic chiming in for another. Leaving Harry on his own. This time Peteru will win the swing. Seven going to be choosing to go for a half investment this time. And P9s. P9s get aggressive, fighting in through the smokes, but Devils 1 are holding their own. The trades are coming through. They have the man advantage, make it 2-man. Leaving Wenber 1 versus 3. Tucked in towards A main. Accidentally elevates himself on the ledge, but perhaps they helped him out in the fight. Plenty of time though for Devils to transfer that bomb over towards the B site safely. The front sider can hold the rotations from Red Room. Spots Wember and win the fight. Final round of regulation. And 777 can afford themselves a full buy. 5 M4 A1Ss and a decent amount of grenades. Devils 1 have somehow managed to bring this scoreline back from a 9-3 half. Swanko tanks a molly, takes 40 damage. Loses a fight, takes the fight dry to Harry. There's no utility to push Harry back off cave there. Instead just takes a solo fight, shifting into the angle on low HP. No trade potential either. Big mistake there from Swanko. The spam through the Red Room smoke. Catches Fnatic. Spotted by Hagmeister. Smoke on Donut. Bally's Dior shifting towards the top of the slope. Fnatic, a solo fight given. Drying towards Red Room, but he does spot 2 players. That might incentivize Devils 1 to accelerate up towards B, but there's still 2 players here. They thought that maybe it was weaker with 1. But it's a strong sight hold. Devils 1 walk in towards the blender and just about 777 managed to close out their map pick 13-11. But it's a 9-3 half. There was CT sides, much to be desired on both teams. More so, I think, on Devils 1, their CT side was pretty much non-existent. Their trading, their teamwork, their setups, their dynamic style of play just wasn't there. It was very readable as well. The difference being, I think, that 777, I think that their CT side was hampered more by the economy. That was the issue. There was a clutch or two going in there. A lot of these close rounds being traded out by the scrappy plays coming out from Devils 1. Either way, we're going to be moving to the map pick of Devils 1 next, and that'll be coming up just after the quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, welcome back to United21 Season 22. We're in the middle of a best of 3 777 esports versus Devils1, an elimination match. The loser of this best of 3 goes out in last place. 777 just about managed to take their map pick of Ancient 1311. It was a 9-3 half for them as well, but both sides struggled on their CT side. Being abused by chaotic plays and lacking cohesion, lacking coordination made it hard to predict the T side and their moves. Here for 777, it's fast in towards B, going for a bit of a B split through towards connector. Barley's finds the opening kill on towards QZR. Bomb planted, that's a guaranteed $600 cash investment into the next round for 777. Now they'll see if they can try and hold down the site whilst the bomb ticks down. A couple kills go their way. Traded 2 for 2. Harry dancing around the pillar but overwhelmed. Wenber now playing for the bomb plant, but no. Fnatic will land the shot. And Devils1 will get the defuse. They'll get the first round on the board. Now, this is Devils1's map pick of Anubis. Map that they've not played on HLTV in the last 3 months. But that being said, 777 haven't played any maps in the last 3 months on HLTV. Both teams would love to get to the stage of United21 where their games are on HLTV, but to do that they have to get out of groups, and only one of these two teams will even have a chance of doing it. So one of them will certainly be eliminated after this series. Bomb plant is going to give 777 possibility of an investment. AK on Harry, Glil on Hagmeister, Mac 10 on Wember, Deagle on Victor, and Tech 9 on QZR. Decent amount of grenades to boot. Looks like they're going for a set piece over towards A. Devils1, they're neglecting mid, foregoing mid, and they're going to get hunkered down towards this A side, but Barley's is getting aggressive in towards the water and he catches Harry off guard. That's the AK removed, transfers onto the second, he even finds the third, controls his spray, resets it, and a triple kill. Will stop 777 in their tracks. Now in a 2 versus 4, they make their way in towards A main, but there's 2 players lying in wait. Front side are good for 1, Fnatic then can swing on the contact for the second. Devils1 successfully shut down the force by thanks to the aggression from Barley's. The Norwegian side down to just Deagles. Swonko will find not 1 but 2 openings. The freedom to fight here in connector. These Deagles unable to close down the distance. In fact, Swonko's looking for the ace and he'll collect. Some nice headshots down at range. 777 unable to land enough damage to cut him down to size. Devils1 will take a tactical pause. They enter the first gun round. There won't be an SMG in sight either. Everyone on rifles plus the AWP of Wember. An early T-side AWP. Now I always say on the T-side, if you're going to choose to go for an AWP on that T-side over utility, you better have something special planned with it. Because if you've got nothing planned, you might as well have had the utility, because then you have opportunities in the mid-round to say, hey, you know what, I could go for this set piece, I could go for this little play, I can go for this flash to support my teammates. But Wember right now sacrificing his utility, which he could use to support his teammates and set up his rifles, going for this AWP instead. He needs to make sure that this AWP is worth that sacrifice. Currently taking it outside towards A main. Doesn't even land the trade. Missed shot. Man advantage to Devils 1 as Barley's finds that opening kill. QZR. A little bit shaky. Holding for a re-aggression of A main. Peteru going to fall back towards Temple to hold this mid-cross. But Victor will be the one to collect the kill. 777 now accelerate, looking to deal with Frontsider. Frontsider's taking down Victor. Hagmeister now split between two positions. Split in half by Peteru. Leaving Wenber and QZR. Shuffling over towards the B site. Swanko plays retake. Fnatic starts to shift in. Catches the low HP Wenbar. Another missed shot. Quick trade. QZR. Can't quite land the spray at range on Swanko. As I mentioned, that AWP investment for Wenber, it doesn't net a single kill. He doesn't even set himself up for an opening. I would have much preferred him to go Kevlar utility. And that's not because I watched him miss 2 shots. That's not why. But because in that mid-round, there was very little that 7-7 did. Looked very uninspired. There was no utility, no support thrown for the 2 players coming towards camera. Now, 7-7 with this half-buy, they're going to get aggressive. Tech9's barreling in towards middle. 2-for-1 trade. They now pick up a couple M4s. They clear out this A site. Frontsider hunkers down in towards A main. Make sure he has control of one of the extremities. 777 need somewhere to post plant from. All 3 CT players are retaking from separate angles, so there's no tradability. Peteru will peek, get the information, and he won't even get a single kill. 4 versus 2. Make it 2 versus 3. The health very low on some of these T players. The bomb tapped. Gonna bait out the swing. But the trades come through. Nice wide swings. Frontsider left on the site. Will line up 2. Has a kit in play, but Wenber just has to stick. I don't think this time Wember's disconnected. Oh no. Frontsider lost a 1v0. Oh no. I was just watching there, and Wenber, as he went for that swing towards heaven, he stood still staring at the wall. Oh dear. And Frontsider got on the bomb a second too late. A second too late. Oh no. That's embarrassing for Frontsider. Loses to a player who's disconnected. Seven get their first round on the board. It's a round with Tech9s. It's a simple rush. They overwhelmed 2 players in mid who weren't playing together, isolated by the flames. Did the exact same one towards that A site in a strong post plant. A poor retake as well from Devils 1, I'll be honest. 1 through camera, 1 through CT. Now with that success in the aggression towards middle, 777 look to repeat. Wenber just sprints in, fights Fnatic behind the fire. Opening kill. CT's in a disadvantage. Not only are they a man disadvantage, but they've got no map control. It's retake towards B, passive towards A. And two players who are passive towards mid. They've got no information. They're blind. Fortunately for them, Wenberg gives up the ghost. Walks into Barley's crosshair. Molly. Trying to keep Swanko at bay. Bomb going to be planted. Peteru. Caught off guard. The HE perhaps disrupting him. Distracting him. Peak comes through with the rifle. Nice shot from Kuziar. This should be a save now for Devils 1. 2 versus 4. Time ticking down. Front side is still with an AWP. Not the weapon to be retaking with. Also the weapon is more valuable. We want to save that thing. Devils 1 going to be choosing to go for a force buy behind these two saved weapons. They're going to be able to afford a couple M4s and one MP9, but it's weak. Partly due to 777 winning a round with not a single CT player surviving. Very costly. Devils 1 look to peek here in towards the A side, in towards the B side. Sorry. Peter caught back turn, not looking towards B main, and Harry's going to double up. Wide swing, a good flank from Victor. Uses that extra smoke to cover his walk through the smoke in towards the plateau. But there's a gap around the smoke, and Barley's has found QZR. 2 on 2. Bomb dropped. Victor and Harry search. They still have a smoke in play. They can drop that towards CT if they can get an angle on it. Choose to smoke off Temple. Okay, there we go. They picked up a second smoke. CT now smoked off. Bomb can be retrieved. Harry gets the plant down. Both CTs reveal their location with that spam. There's an element of unknown. 777 were paranoid about the possibility of a player being in B main. Off angle held. Victor runs out of bullets. Able to isolate one, but Barley's comes in with a trade. A triple kill on the AWP. The Devils 1 find themselves a 5th. (5-2) scoreline. 777 still able to invest. Again, the second, or rather the first round they won was a full eco, essentially. So that means they got plenty of cash. Picking up some saved rifles. I say that, I'm pretty sure they all died in that round anyway. Still able to buy Swanko. Not the weapon for the job. I'm not sure what the thought process is there. Going for a jiggle peek on B main with an MP9. Going for a wide swing, that I can understand, but a jiggle peek taking such a long range fight. And not only that, but he sticks around. Now Harry is cracking open connector for more entries. Peteru tucked behind the pillar can activate and deal with him. But he's being pressured by multiple angles and eventually he subsides. 4 versus 2, the bomb making its way through B main. Frontsider is in towards CT and Fnatic making his way in towards T spawn, but I think they're going to commit to the save. Rather than Fnatic choosing to use his timing to come in on the flank. See if they can catch a surprise. Find a way in. Will be a save. top of that, the save will buy time for Peter to rejoin the server. There you go. Quick reconnect. Oh, messy spray from Wenbar, but he gets it. Removes the rifle from front side up. Fnatic just left saving in T-spawn now. 777 will be able to survive with 3 players. Five to 3 and Devils 1 going to be forcing up. There's 1 saved M4. If they had 2, I could understand this. But 1 saved M4, they're going to get MP9s all around it. Mid control in the hands of 777. Devils 1 have no utility to stop this. No utility to block and keep the T's at bay. It's going to be a quiet creep. Harry does fall, but Hagmeister finds the trade. Still a minute on the clock in the 4 versus 4. 777 don't need to commit. Wenbar will stick around. Going to work his way around the edge of the smoke. Does Barley's expect this? Has he not seen the barrel? Did he not see the barrel over the top of the smoke? Surely he did. Well, no, he walks up onto the ledge and Barley's gets the drop, but it's Wenbar to get the kill onto Swanko. Eventually he's finished off by Barley's. 3 versus 3. And Petru, the lone defender of B, again isolated and split upon. Barley's rotation dealt with its front side, who had that saved M4. He's not going to find anything. Not going to get that rifle involved. It's the SMGs that take all the contact. .777 will close the distance. They'll keep 3 players alive. Build some more bank. Profitable round. Same can't be said for Devils 1. That was a force from them. They come out of it with only 1 M4. And a loss bonus. Devils 1 going to eco around this M4. M4 stacked, surrounded by these pistols on the B-bomb site. P2 trying to go for the jump spot, but Wenbar plucks him out the sky. Even takes down front side with the M4, looking for that trade. Barley's next up on the plate. Picks up the rifle. But again, goes for the swing. Has the pre-aim. But the AWP. That's the advantage on that angle. Again, the M4 picked up. I'm sure Wenbar has spotted that. Double scoped in. That's confirmation. If he has spotted that, that's confirmation that there's at least 1 more player towards B. When there's only 2 players left. That most 1 towards A, but no, it's empty. I think Fnatic's going to slink away and try and save this M4 again. If not, group up with Swanko, see if they can get 1 kill. If QZR overextends, there's another rifle that can be dropped. No, Swanko walks his way in. The rifle is dropped, but there isn't another player to carry it into the next round. Victor jumps up. No rifle to be saved for Devils 1. There's 2 rounds left in the half as well. A rifle saved there would have given them an extra insurance policy. If they lose this round here, then the next round they'll be on an eco again. Another jump spot at the back of the B site. Couple mollies. Make it 3 to try and make this B site uncomfortable. Make it sweat. Swonko is going to be holding the smoke, but QZR just walks from the other side. Swonko. So close to the smoke. Can't see his own nose. Fnatic will hold down the site with 2. Looking for a third, but Harry will collect. Man advantage for 777, slowly constricting this B bomb site. And the thing is, this wasn't a hard commit from them, so Devils 1 haven't had a full rotation. And the rotations that have come through, 777 have been patiently waiting for them. Waiting for the fights to come their way. And front side on a 1 versus 3. He should be looking to save this, surely. Surely he's not sticking around to attempt this. Save this M4. Okay, now he's just thrown the M4 away. There's nothing to gain. If he wants to attempt a 1v3, sure. But there's no economic damage to be gained. 777 can buy in the next round. They've got plenty of cash. You can't do any damage, so you're not going to make your next round any easier by attempting it unless you win. But the chances of you winning are so slim that it makes more sense to save that M4 because you increase the chances of you winning on the next round even more so. Instead, you're working with 5 MP9s. And a missed stairs smoke. It's a dead giveaway that there's aggression, but Wenber still fully scoped up. Doesn't realise that there's a stairs... missed stair... What? What are 777 doing? Did they not see that smoke? Were they blind to it? There was... seemed like no attempt to react to the possible water crunch. Now Hagmeister is left in a 1 versus 5, being overwhelmed. And will be finished off by a pistol. What is that round from 7-7? You see that water smoke, that smoke to stairs story, you know it's a water crunch. Especially if you know that the bunny is weak. The dead protocol, unless Devils 1 have been throwing that smoke every round, which they haven't. That was like the first time. First or second time. Molly A main. Wenber, sure, he can scope on towards water, on towards cave, but he needs to be worried about someone coming in from heaven, coming in from the bridge. That's the first priority. And the MP9s managed to tie the scoreline. 6-6. I'm still baffled why there was not a single reaction from 777 off of that smoke. They did nothing to stop that crunch. They thought, yeah, we'll just try and take the aim fights. But they're sat in a killing zone. Pistol round, 777. Going to be holding down towards this B bomb site with some dualies. Victor, good for 1. Traded by Swonko. Harry, going to find a couple as they rotate in. 3 versus 2, man advantage to 777. But Devils 1 have managed to get the bomb planted. Getting aggressive now in towards the water. Isolating these fights. 1 versus 1. Hagmeister jumping through with the dualies, but Barlis will collect another triple kill. Getting Devils 1 the lead here, 7-6. Another heroic round from Barlis. Didn't really find too much impact on Ancient. But here, certainly making it work. I say certainly making it work. He is top of the scoreboard, 15 kills. Top of the server. Now, 777 will be ecoed. Full USP stack towards B. Looking to go for a proactive play, but Barley's mows down another 3. Another multi-kill for him. Now P through hungry with this Mac 10 to finish him off, but Harry, beautiful shot. Health is low. Devils 1 don't want to make too heavy a risk by peeking into this fight. Swanko doesn't want Harry to keep this AK. Wild spray. I think Harry chucked away his AK. I think he did. An attempt to try and stop Devils 1 from saving it, but at the end of the day, they've still got 1 AK. They've got 2 Galils. It's not much of a problem. Round 15, 777 will invest 5 M4s. Decent amount of utility. Harry, Eagle peeking con. Lots of players getting aggressive. It's a 3B setup. Make it 2 as Barley's finds an opening. Accelerating in towards B, but he overstays his welcome. Overheats. As he falls in towards B main. A proactive play now late. In towards A main, a late push. They catch front sider off guard. Man advantage now for the Norwegian side. Oh, it's a bait and switch in towards dark. Fnatic walks in dry. No trade potential. A free kill. No fallback plan should it fail. Still tucked towards dark. He's going to extinguish that smoke. Extinguish that molly, sorry, and continue to fight. Whips out the USP and even gets another one. They don't even see that the extra player is there. They might see on the kill cam. Give away that that is a potential setup. Double dark. I do like that setup. It's a very weak buy now for Devils 1. 1 AK, 1 Galil, 2 Tech 9s and a Deagle. Emptying out their bank accounts. Looking to see if they can find a pick in towards middle, boosting over this smoke. But Wemba is going to fall back and not give them anything. Swanko tries to go for an opening pick with a Deagle, but to no avail. Oh, and the timing. Fnatic turns his back, and that's when Harry peaks. Devils 1 being picked off one by one. Now the 3 players in towards middle. They accelerate. They pounce towards A. Wemba only good for 1 before being traded. But Victor still hiding on the back of this site. Catches Barley's mid reload. He's removed. P3 now left, and the full rotation comes through. The cavalry arrive. 7-7-7. Tie the scoreline 8-8. It's going to be an A rush here on the eco for Devils 1. Good molly dropped by Victor. Finds the double kill. Bomb plant denied, a full rotation. Picked off one by one. They fail to overload the site. An attempt for the bomb plant as well. The bomb plant would have been nice, would have given them a very healthy buy, full utility, but instead they will be lacking Barley's. Only a single flashbang. Waiting for Swanko to buy his utility. See what they have here. Only just one Molotov. That's on Peter. It certainly limits their options, especially for taking middle. Those mollies are very important for taking mid. There you go, it's used, but they get an opening off the back of it. Barlis continues to tear heads this map. Man advantage, a good flash. Does blind Fnatic. Molly keeps him at bay. Harry will find Swanko again. Swanko just taking a dry peek over towards B main. Thinking he can find the timing, but no. Not going to get away with that against the likes of 777. Back into the 4 versus 4. 777 gambling with the rotation. 2 in towards middle, 2 towards B. They're getting inquisitive, getting proactive, and they're going to be going on a flank. But in the meantime, this A site has been cleared. Devils 1 are still shifting. They're not wanting to make any noise so as not to alert an early rotation. But little do they know that rotation's already coming. And Barlis is rewarded for it. The silence catches them a kill. But equally, the silence on the flank gets them 2. Wenbar, man advantage now. QZR last alive, 1 versus 2 to retake their site and deals with both of them. Perfect crosshair placement, anticipates both players' positions and will get the defuse. 777 stretch their lead from 1 to 2 rounds as they enter double digits. Just 3 rounds away now from closing out this best of 3. 3 rounds away from eliminating Devils 1. That bomb plant does give a little bit extra cash to Devils 1, but this buy is all over the place. 2 of them have force bought. Okay, there we go. There's a refund from Peter Root. It is the half buy, 4 round loss bonus. A hero AK on Barlis. Again, Swanko trying to apply pressure towards B. Remember, drops his incendiary and rotates around. Pressure applied towards middle. Barlis looking to see if he can find a gap through the edge of the smoke, but walks straight through into Hagmeister's crosshair. In the meantime, again, Swanko isolated. Countered over towards B. 2-man disadvantage. They start to accelerate towards A, but Victor holding a nice off angle. Good for 1. His death is then quickly traded by the rotation. Peter left. Bomb on his back. 1 versus 4. Shifting in towards A main with a Tech 9. Will catch Hagmeister, but not the weapon for the job at that range. The 777 collect an 11. Now here comes the investment for Devils 1. Barley's still able to get that AK, but he sacrificed that util to afford it in the last round. Finally, they got more util though. Devils 1 can contest map control. They can use those mollies in towards mid. It's a wide swing, dry. From the CTs in towards B main. There's 3 players holding. Petru doesn't want to swing, but Swanko does. Again, the opening kill given his way. Petru baiting a little bit, but Swanko realistically didn't need to peek until Petru took contact. Swanko could have baited Petru. That was perhaps the right decision to make. Instead, Swanko peeks early. He goes down for free. A man advantage already for 777. That's exactly what 777 were looking for. Devils 1 now set their sights on towards this B site. The smoke's deployed towards Temple and left side site, but not towards the right side. QZR is with this AWP still posted, but the flash is good and Barlis gets the opening. He's the closest defender as Wenbar, but he's got an AK and he's got backup. The rotation comes in from Harry, collects 2, leaving frontsider 1 versus 3. Make it 1 versus 2. Let's eventually finish off Wenbar. The rotation is coming in late from Victor. A good flash will fully blind frontsider, but Harry Can't finish him off. Frontsider isolates another fight, doing a good job of dancing around the pillar, but eventually Harry will find him and collect a triple kill. That's lovely from 777. Wember just there in the connector. He could use a multitude of angles, knowing that his teammate was coming in through water. Knowing that water was clear, he could focus his full attention towards the site. Map, match and series point now for 777. Devils 1 going to have to take a tactical pause. Fortunately for them, that bomb plant enables them the opportunity to go for a full buy. They can get the AKs out with the utility. Tactical timeout resumes. Devils 1 now backs up against the wall. Seven. Setting themselves up for some aggression towards A, but in the meantime, it's a two-man swing towards B main, and again, they're dealt with. Devils 1 just smashing their heads up against the brick wall at this point, constantly just taking dry fights on B main, on towards this B site, where there's two players who just sit and lie in wait for it. At least this time, it's not Swonko. It's Barley's and Peteru. Bit of a trade-off there. You get the heaviest hitter, but you also take down the players who only got 4 kills. Victor playing retake, just chilling in towards camera. Falls back. Gets the information. That's all that's needed. They can allow Devils 1 to get this bomb plant. As long as they want to go for this retake. 5 versus 3. The rotation is quick, coming in through A main. The post plant for Devils 1 isn't great. They don't have a main control. They don't have a good extremity. They've cleared out heaven, but the retake isn't coming through from there. It's coming through from camera and A main. This is a great split. Utility will come through to break apart any crossfire. Swonko, good for 1. Then the flashes come through. Hagmeister accelerates. QZR trades onto Swonko. Frontside is spotted, leaving Fnatic, and that's it. Plenty of time for the defuse. 777 will collect this 2-0 victory and stay alive in United21 Season 22. Devils 1, unfortunately, bow out in last place. Lots of work to be done for them, especially on that CT side of Ancient. Focusing on those fundamentals, playing together and making, playing setups that are much less readable. I think that's the priority on Ancient. Already, like a couple rounds in, I could easily identify that if they were playing aggressive for mid control, it meant that their A was open. If they're playing passive on mid, based on the amount of util you could read that, then they were playing on A site and they weren't playing mid. Very easy to read. They need to add a little bit more depth to their playbooks, play a bit more fundamental, focus on the trading and the team play. Obviously, those are, on the surface of things, those are buzzwords, but they know what they should do to improve. And they will need to if they want to come back again for United21 next season to compete and make a deep run. Either way, that is us done for the day. 2 beautiful best of 3s. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.